Chapter 999. Explain? How do you want me to explain? Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan asked in a neutral tone. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I just hope that you can compensate all the passengers here and Ryuzawa Square's economic losses. Lu Jin opened his mouth and Xiao Yan quickly followed suit. How much? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Lu Jin's demand was really exorbitant. However, when everyone thought about it, it was understandable. There were many passengers on the ships in Beijing City, and Ryuzawa Square was the largest force that managed the ships. Now that Xiao Yan had killed Master Jin, the ships would be affected, and the passengers in the city would also be implicated. To be honest, 10,000 spirit stones was not a lot. However, to ask Xiao Yan to take out 10,000 spirit stones alone was a bit too much. Slowly shaking his head, Xiao Yan decisively rejected the other party's request. He killed Master Jin because his actions were too extreme. As for the benefits of these people, he never thought about it, and there was no need to think about it. Xiao Yan was neither close nor acquainted with these people. Why did he need to consider their interests? It was because he thought that if this matter were to happen to them, how would these people consider his feelings? If these people were like this, the Dragon Pool Square was even more so. Xiao Yan did not owe anyone anything. These people also did not have any reason to accuse him of owing anyone anything. The reason why they would say this was merely because of the benefits in their hearts. Even if there were really a couple of people who had a greater influence, Xiao Yan would similarly not bother about them. What happened today could happen at any time in the continent. Could it be that those who caused all of this had to pay the price? The weak were prey to the strong. That was the rule of this world. There was no right or wrong here. Only the strong had the right to choose. Right now, this choice was in Xiao Yan's hands. Lu Jin in front of him did not have the ability to change anything. However, just as Xiao Yan chose to reject the person in front of him, a voice came out from his body. Lu Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him, furrowed his brows tightly. What had happened today could be said to have a huge impact on his Dragon Pool workshop. If he did not take action to control it, it would definitely attract criticism in the future. However, if he took action, he was afraid that he would leave behind a bad reputation of bullying the weak. After thinking for a while, Lu Jin frowned and spoke to Xiao Yan again. Young friend, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but this matter is very important. 10,000 spirit stones is the biggest forgiveness. Of course, if you really can't take out 10,000 spirit stones, if you can find a third-order formation array master as well as Master Jin's. Master Jin was already one of the few formation array masters around Northern Military City. Because he had helped Ryuzawa Square repair ships for many years, he knew how important Ryuzawa Square was to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, the latter did not fear him in Northern Military City. Now that Master Jin was dead, where was he going to find a third-order formation array master? Of course, even Lu Jin himself held a trace of hope towards this request. Unfortunately, until the end, Xiao Yan still shook his head with a calm expression. I don't know where to find a third-order formation array master. Lu Jin's face instantly turned ugly. Since there was no third-order formation array master, he could only choose to use force. Ryuzawa Square's reputation could not be damaged because of this. Otherwise, no formation array master would be willing to help them in the future. However, I do know where to find a fifth-order formation array master. However, just as Lu Jin Gang was about to become furious, the words that continued to be spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth caused him to be instantly stunned like a wooden chicken. An expression of disbelief immediately surged into his eyes. Even the passers-by who heard Xiao Yan's words widened their eyes and mouths. They stared at Xiao Yan with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in their hearts was no less than the former's. You. Sir, are you serious? It was only after a long while that Lu Jin asked in disbelief. This was exactly what the passers-by wanted to say. Ha, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. With a thought, the white flames in the depths of his eyes quickly disappeared. What replaced it was a milky white color. Xiao Yan's own aura quickly faded and turned into a powerful yet somewhat unfamiliar aura. This was Xiao Xian. At this moment, the person who was controlling this body was undoubtedly Xiao Xian. Almost at the same time that the flames dissipated, an incomparably vast soul power surged out of Xiao Yan's body and turned into an invisible energy storm that swept through the city. Buzz! Immediately, everyone in the city who felt this spiritual pressure felt dizzy. Even the expression on Lu Jin's face changed. He never thought that the Fifth Order Formation Array Master, that the black-robed young man in front of him, was actually himself. This Fifth Order Soul Power. Fifth Order Formation Array Master. The shock in his heart was uncontrollable. As he said this, Lu Jin's breathing became a little shaky. The shock in his heart could not be expressed with words. Is this explanation enough? Xiao Yan's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in front of him instantly came back to his senses. Then, he hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan and hurriedly said, "Master, you must be joking. With your status, killing a mere Jin Xin is nothing. Naturally, there is no need to talk about an explanation. I spoke abruptly earlier. I hope you don't blame me." Although he was a Fourth Order Formation Array Master, Lu Jin did not dare to have any temper in front of a Fifth Order Formation Array Master. Even the words that he had said earlier were now shamelessly taken back. What a joke. The other party was a Fifth Order Formation Array Master with an extraordinary status. He might even be a consecrator of some large force. If he offended him, even Ryuzawa Square would not be able to bear the consequences. However, the thing that caused suspicion to quietly form in Lu Jin's heart at this moment was that the Xiao Yan in front of him appeared to have suddenly become a different person. The aura all over his body had become strange and long. However, due to the latter's great strength, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. The first step and then the second, the thought of it makes me laugh," Lu Jin said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Jin hurriedly smiled awkwardly and accompanied him. "I'm not here to laugh at you. I just want to know where the ship I want to take is." Lu Jin was stunned. Then, he hurriedly gestured to Xiao Yan and said respectfully, "The ship is currently in the process of repairing the ship's repair. The ship is currently being repaired at the port at the north gate of the city. I hope that Grandmaster can lend us a hand. I believe that the damage to the ship can be repaired very quickly. Of course I can help you repair the ship, but, in return." Xiao Yan's words once again made Lu Jin speechless. Repairing the ship would allow him to enter the North Sea sooner. Was this not enough to attract him? "Master, if you can repair the ship as soon as possible, it will help your journey. I believe that this ship will be repaired sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry to go to sea. However, I'm afraid that the profit of Ryuzawa Square will decrease a lot because of this. If you don't want to, then forget it." Xiao Yan turned around as he spoke. Lu Jin's expression immediately changed drastically. Since Xiao Yan had already revealed his identity, Lu Jin would definitely invite him back to help. However, this so-called reward caused him to feel somewhat helpless. Lu Jin nodded. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was probably the former's revenge for his behavior just now. Rolling his eyes, Lu Jin hurriedly stopped Xiao Yan, who was about to turn around. He quickly put on a smile on his face and said, "How about this? In addition to sailing ships, Ryuzawa Square also sells some medicinal materials. If Master is willing, we can use some medicinal materials as a reward." Using medicinal materials used in alchemy as a reward to a formation master. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fallen out long ago. However, this time, Xiao Yan frowned and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Lu Jin saw this and hurriedly smiled. In this way, the two of them could be considered to have secretly exchanged blows. However, what Lu Jin did not know was that the fifth stage formation master standing in front of him was not only a formation master, but also a fourth stage alchemist. Pills were Xiao Yan's main path. Xiao Yan mocked in his heart. His expression did not change as he snorted softly. Only then did he speak in a somewhat unwilling manner. Sure, but I want 10 batches of medicinal ingredients. Chapter 1000. Although Xiao Yan's request was high, Lu Jin agreed in the end. After all, as a formation master, even if he took 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, it would still be useless. Of course, this was only Lu Jin's thought. Although the others were suspicious, they did not dare to say anything. Then, under Lu Jin's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at the north gate of Northern Army City, which was also the port where they entered the North Sea. Sure enough, there was a huge ship there, standing there like a giant beast in the sea. The gigantic ship was dark gray in color, and only a small portion of it still had a pure black color. Most of it was covered in extremely eye-catching scars, and those were the proof of the ship's passage of time. The person who added the formation to this ship back then shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Seeing the mysterious patterns that could still be vaguely seen in some corners of the ship, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his milky white eyes. Lu Jin's body, which was originally slowly walking forward, paused slightly when he heard this. His gaze followed Xiao Yan's line of sight and immediately saw those mysterious lines. Immediately, his face involuntarily revealed a proud expression as he said with a smile, "Don't worry. That was left behind by the first owner of Ryuzawa Square. He was once a rank 6 formation master, and was a well-known figure in the northern region back then. Now, all the large ships in Ryuzawa Square have been added by the owner himself. It is because of this that our ships have been able to last until now, but unfortunately, although his words were full of confidence at the beginning, towards the end, Lu Jin's face gradually revealed a lonely expression. Ever since the first owner of the Dragon Pool Square, there hasn't been a level 6 formation master. The strongest was only a level 5 formation master. It's because of the foundation laid by our ancestors that we've been able to come this far. Unfortunately, even so, when it comes to me, Lu Jin fell silent, and so did Xiao Yan. Looking at the shame that flashed across the latter's face, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could not help but feel surprised. However, in the end, they did not say anything and walked silently. The two of them boarded the ship one after the other. A few minutes later, they arrived at the core of the ship's central secret room. The spirit stones on the ground emitted a sparkling white light, illuminating the entire secret room. A rich aura of energy filled the entire secret room, and most of the energy in the spirit stones converged into a huge formation that was shining on the floor of the secret room. At this moment, in addition to the spirit stones piled up in the secret room, there were two old men sitting cross-legged. A steady stream of golden light poured out of the two old men's bodies, and poured into the formation under them. The spirit stones were used to maintain the formation's operation, while the golden light was the key to repairing the formation. Because I can't repair the ship's damage alone, I could only invite them. That Jin Xian was originally one of them. Seeing the two of them, Lu Jin immediately explained for Xiao Yan. He could hear a hint of helplessness in the latter's words. Yes, if Lu Jin was a rank 5 formation master, these two old men would not have the chance to sit here. The entrance of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian immediately disturbed the two old men. The moment the two of them opened their eyes, a small golden light flashed across their eyes. Then, the two of them glanced at Lu Jin, then frowned and looked at the young-looking Xiao Yan. "Owner Lu, didn't you go to find Jin Xian? Why did you bring back a kid instead? Don't tell me you dismissed Jin Xian and called a kid to help us." "Nonsense. What can a brat who is still wet behind the ears do?" The two of them echoed each other, their words full of mockery. Jin Xian is dead. He can't come anymore. As for him, whether he can be useful or not is not up to you to decide." Moreover, Lu Jin smiled coldly. Although these two were not as domineering as Jin Xian, they were not good people either. Every time he helped them repair the ship, the cost was ridiculously high. He had long had enough of these two. "What did you say? Jin Xian is dead? Who has the guts to kill him? Where is the person who killed him? Didn't you catch him?" The two old men's expressions changed. Jin Xian was someone invited by Ryuzawa Square. Since he was dead, Ryuzawa Square naturally had to take responsibility. No, I didn't catch him. I invited him. In the name of Ryuzawa Square, I invited this master to help repair the ship. Shaking his head, Lu Jin smiled and refuted the two old men's words. What did you say? You're saying that this little brat who hasn't even grown out his hair is the one who killed Jin Xian? How is that possible? Boom. However, this time, the instant the old man cursed, an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure instantly filled the entire dark room. The two old men, who were sitting cross-legged, actually did not have the slightest time to resist as they lay face to face on the ground. The two of them were fiercely pressed against the array. Their entire old faces became abnormally distorted. At the same time, endless fear instantly surged into the old man's heart. If you dare say another word, I will tear your tongues apart. Xiao Yan's calm voice was filled with an overbearing strength. The two old men immediately used their indistinct voices to forcefully respond. Only when the pressure pressed the two of them until they were unable to breathe did a thought pass through Xiao Yan's mind. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had unleashed. After which, the two old men finally climbed to their feet while their hearts were filled with fear. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Yan as they admitted their mistakes. Lu Jin, who was beside Xiao Yan, saw all of this with his eyes. His heart repeatedly laughed coldly. At the same time, the words that Xiao Yan had given him earlier echoed in his heart. Kneel first and bow second. Thinking about it makes one laugh. It had to be said that this sentence was suitable for most people. Grandmaster, next, we will rely on you to help us repair the formation on the ship. Seeing this, even Lu Jin's attitude towards Xiao Yan became even more respectful. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this and sat down according to Lu Jin's instructions. The two old men hurriedly followed behind Xiao Yan. Soon after, the four of them entered a state of mind and began to slowly repair the formation under them using some special formation techniques. This time, with the addition of a rank 5 formation master, like Xiao Yan, the speed at which the formation was repaired was undoubtedly much faster. While Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised, Xiao Yan, who had already handed over control of his body to Xiao Xian, also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1001. The next day. After a whole day of joint repairs, Xiao Yan's ship was finally repaired. As a result, the ship could set sail today. This was great news for both Ryuzawa Square and Xiao Yan. After this, Lu Jin fulfilled his promise and gave Xiao Yan 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the elixir. These 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were the ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. This was also the last elixir that Xiao Yan had promised Xinggan. The trip to the North Sea would take at least 3 to 5 months. Within this period of time, Xiao Yan would be able to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. Despite not knowing what kind of medicinal pill it was, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently when he saw Xiao Yan take away 10 sets of medicinal ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. Even with Lu Jin's character, he did not know what kind of medicinal pill it was. Just by seeing those precious medicinal ingredients being unceremoniously swept away, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently. He grimaced in pain. Helping Ryuzawa Square repair the ship not only brought forward the date of his departure, but also allowed him to obtain 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the embryonic phoenix elixir. It could be said that he had made a huge profit. As for Ryuzawa Square, although the medicinal ingredients seemed precious, it was not difficult for them to guess that these 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were just a drop in the ocean for them. Moreover, the ship repair would bring them the most profit. Just one round trip on this ship was enough to earn everyone in Ryuzawa Square a lot of money, let alone several ships going out to sea at the same time. In comparison, the medicinal ingredients were nothing. After receiving the medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yan boarded the ship with a burning heart. He could not wait for this moment. With regards to the North Sea and the so-called Beihai College, Hai Machin was already a little impatient. As the original body of Hai Machin's sea heart flame, not only could it help him increase his cultivation, the other part of the flame mantra in his hands was also something that Xiao Yan had been looking forward to for a long time. Other than this, there was also a slight throbbing deep within Xiao Yan's heart. For some unknown reason, he felt that he would likely obtain an unexpected gain during this trip to the Northern Sea. The passengers in the city also swarmed over when they boarded the ship. After paying countless spirit stones as the price, there were only 100 people who boarded the ship in the end. Even these people had to pay a huge price to board the ship. The ship began boarding in the morning. Only at noon did it officially leave the harbor and turn into the sea. Thus, Xiao Yan's journey to the Northern Sea officially began. At almost the same time, in the western region, after several months, Yi Luotian's group finally made their move again. In a certain natural valley within the western wastelands, there were numerous pavilions and pavilions. The valley was lush and verdant, and spring water gurgled, transforming into a small stream that encircled the inside of the entire valley. Green smoke curled up into the air above the pavilions, causing this place to have a dreamlike feeling. This valley was actually like a hidden paradise. From time to time, figures could be seen walking between the pavilions. Although their clothes were simple, the aura that they invisibly gave off made one not dare to underestimate them. In this place, even the most ordinary person had an extraordinary cultivation. Chi, at the entrance of the valley, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, several figures quickly stepped into the place. Almost at the same time, the originally relaxed figures in the valley immediately revealed a vigilant expression on their faces. They looked at each other, and in the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the darkness. These people's movements were especially nimble. No matter how one looked at them, they did not look like ordinary villagers. Instead, they looked like a well-trained army. No need to be nervous, it's us. At the entrance of the valley, two figures stepped forward first. The person in the lead spoke in an indifferent voice. Immediately, the people in the valley relaxed. At this moment, the person who had spoken was Yan Hua, who had originally been by Qin Yun's side. The one standing beside him was undoubtedly Yan Lai. Besides the two of them, there were two other people following behind them. One of them was the sect master of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. The other person was a fellow whose entire body was covered by a black robe. His face could not be clearly seen. The two of you go in first. When the time is right, we will enter. The indifferent voice carried a trace of an order. Hearing this, Yan Hua and Yan Lai immediately nodded respectfully. Soon after, the tip of their feet tapped on the ground, and their figures turned into streaks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The corners of Yi Luotian's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he watched the two of them disappear in front of his eyes. His gaze swept around the valley in front of him, while ridicule continuously sounded in his heart. As the overlord faction of the western region, you are actually willing to hide in this small valley. The so-called seclusion is complete nonsense. From today onwards, I want your Qin Wasteland Maze Valley to once again dominate the western region. Qin Shua, you should thank me. He 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 he. A sinister and strange laughter lingered around the two of them. Soon after, the surrounding environment quickly regained its calmness. The other people in the valley did not pay much attention to the two of them as they continued to busy themselves. Half an hour later, a loud bang was emitted from the depths of the valley. The entire valley suddenly trembled, while the expressions of everyone in the valley changed drastically. Numerous gazes simultaneously looked towards the deepest part of the valley. At the same time, Yi Luotian, who was at the entrance of the valley, parted his mouth into a smile. He glanced at the black-robed person beside him and nodded. Soon after, his body moved, transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in the air above the valley. Who dares to trespass into the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley? Immediately, an order was transmitted from all over the valley. It was like a loud and clear bell that reverberated within the valley. It was quite imposing. At the same time, several powerful auras swept outwards, pressuring Yi Luotian and Yi Luotian in the air. I am the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. I have come to pay a visit to the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. With a cold laugh, Yi Luotian's forward-flying figure did not pause at all. As the words left his mouth, he transformed into an invisible energy wave that easily broke the surrounding pressure. Soon after, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the valley, he and the black-robed person beside him entered the deepest part of the valley in a flash. That was the place where Yan Hua and Yan Lai had entered earlier. At the same time, it was also where the valley master of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was located. Chapter 1002. Northern Region, Northern Sea. On the third day after the ship entered the Northern Sea, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in an independent room, slowly opened his eyes. After training for 3 days, Xiao Yan had already adjusted his body to its peak condition. At this moment it was time to prepare to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. The embryonic phoenix pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its quality was ranked high among rank 4 medicinal pills. Naturally, there would be some trouble when refining it. During this process, if one could adjust one's body to its peak condition, it would undoubtedly be able to provide some assurance when refining the medicinal pill. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he sat cross-legged on the bed. His spiritual strength immediately spread out and probed the current situation on the ship. At this moment, other than the 2 initial 9-star Do-D experts sent by Ryuzawa Square to protect the ship, there were 5 8-star Do-D and over 10 7-star Do-D. The rest were all below 6-star Do-D. This kind of team could be considered powerful. After withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the heavy Luo Tian cauldron immediately landed in front of him. An ancient aura filled the room, causing one's mood to become calm. Using the Luo Tian cauldron to refine pills could increase the refining speed to a certain extent and increase the success rate. With the Luo Tian cauldron, refining the embryonic phoenix pill would naturally be much easier. As the heavenly flame rose within the medicinal cauldron, the interior of the green-gold medicinal cauldron immediately lit up. Following which, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve and medicinal ingredients flew out from the storage ring. Under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, they were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they began to rapidly refine. This refinement lasted for 2 months. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers, quietly passing by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. Xiao Yan, who had been sitting in the room for a long time, saw that the originally fresh medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of him had all disappeared without a trace. Instead, they had condensed into a spinning round pill. Within the medicinal cauldron, waves of pill fragrance were emitted. After consuming 2 sets of medicinal ingredients, the embryonic phoenix pill was finally refined. Now, it had reached the final stage before the pill was collected. After a while, the embryonic phoenix pill would be completed. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder reverberated in the sky above the azure sea. The sky changed color, and in the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky was covered by a mass of dark clouds. The entire world suddenly became dark, and the ship that was originally slowly sailing on the sea also stopped at this moment. The sudden change in the weather forced them to stop the ship and wait for the storm to pass. Everyone standing on the deck could not help but raise their heads. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the thunderclouds that had suddenly condensed in the sky. Most of their faces revealed a grave expression. Some of the experts who were in their houses also walked out of their houses because of the activity in the outside world. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the sky. What's going on? These don't look like ordinary dark clouds. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the thundercloud, the people on the ship couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some of them had even guessed what this strange thundercloud was. Is this pill lightning? Could it be that someone is refining pills on the ship? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned when these words were spoken. There was both bewilderment and excitement. The pill lightning had condensed. This meant that the medicinal pill had already been refined. This involuntarily caused some of the people on the ship to have evil thoughts. Now that the pill lightning had already been condensed, it was like riding a tiger. That mysterious alchemist would definitely take action to resist the pill lightning. The gap in between was the best opportunity for them to snatch the medicinal pill. Such a good opportunity was something that some desperados would definitely not miss. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of rushing air appeared on the ship. A human figure rushed out from a house below in a ghost-like manner. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the people standing on the deck below. Immediately, he raised his head and stared at the pale lightning in the sky. The corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into an arc as he sensed the powerful destructive aura that surged out from it. Haha, I have been waiting for you. Currently, his golden elephant skill was still some distance away from mastering. The appearance of the pill lightning today might just be able to help him make up for this gap. Chi chi chi, while Xiao Yan's body was standing in the sky, a couple of rushing wind sounds were quickly transmitted over. Over a dozen human figures swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan in the sky within a 100-meter radius of him. A piercingly cold expression surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw the greedy expressions on their faces. He had already expected the current situation. There would always be some people in this world who could not help but attack because of greed. The best way to deal with such people was to teach them a lesson in blood. Although these dozen people had surrounded Xiao Yan, none of them attacked. They were all waiting for the moment the pill lightning descended. As long as the pill lightning descended, Xiao Yan would not have the time to bother about them. They would also be able to use this opportunity to snatch the medicinal pill that was still in the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan ignored these people. He continued to raise his head. His pair of rippleless eyes contained some disdain. He coldly laughed in his heart as he quietly waited for the pill lightning to descend. Two middle-aged men stood at the top of a building at a certain spot on the ship. The expression on their faces, which were originally frowning as they looked at Xiao Yan, involuntarily changed. They had originally planned to intervene and stop the dozen-plus elite Do-Di. However, the two of them had clearly seen the faint cold smile that flashed across the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, the thoughts in the hearts of the two of them were suppressed. Rumble. Faced with Xiao Yan's provocative eyes, the cluster of thunderclouds actually appeared to have come alive. It suddenly churned intensely. The earth-shaking rumbling thunder repeatedly sounded. Frightening thunderbolts that were filled with a destructive aura would occasionally emerge from the thunderclouds. The frightening aura merely flashed past, but it still caused the hearts of everyone below to tremble. The pill lightning that was attracted by a Tier 4 medicinal pill was really becoming increasingly frightening. Even an elite Do-Di would feel a fear in his heart. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the pill lightning that was attracted by an even higher tier medicinal pill would be. Bang! At a certain moment, just when the rumbling sound within the thunderclouds was about to disappear, an earth-shaking thunderbolt that was 1,000 feet long suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. It carried a world-destroying strength as it violently hacked down toward Xiao Yan, who was quietly waiting below. At this moment, the expressions of the elite Do-Di standing on the deck below involuntarily changed. Numerous solemn gazes stared intently at the frightening thunderbolt that was swiftly descending from the sky. The Do-Chi within the vortexes within everyone's bodies also involuntarily surged out. They agglomerated into energy barriers of different colors on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, the two middle-aged men a short distance away also quietly circulated the Do-Chi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene if the situation was not right. Almost at the same time, the dozen-plus elite Do-Di surrounding Xiao Yan also flashed their bodies. Their faces carried a fiery heat as they charged toward Xiao Yan's house below. Chapter 1003. Soon after, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his hands into fists the instant that the earth-shaking thunderbolt descended. A frightening force wildly agglomerated in his palms. His feet stomped heavily on the empty air and the invisible space under his feet immediately collapsed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly under the thunderbolt. A fist was thrown out heavily to meet the pill lightning. Everyone below who witnessed this scene held their breaths and focused their attention. They focused all their attention on Xiao Yan and the thunderbolt. Such an earth-shaking pill lightning was something that even some of the best among them had to be careful when dealing with. At the same time, those 10+ elite Do-D had also landed around the house that Xiao Yan was in at this moment. They were about to forcefully barge in. Bang! An earth-shattering collision sound suddenly rang out, and a terrifying energy wave swept out from the point of collision between the fist and the pill lightning. The ear-piercing energy explosion repeatedly reverberated beside everyone's ears. The originally calm surface of the sea below began to churn intensely because of it. Soon after, the people on the deck raised their heads and looked over. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. That thunderbolt with a shocking momentum had actually been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's punch. The 1,000-foot-large thunderbolt in the sky suddenly shattered, transforming into a countless number of light spots that swiftly scattered. At the same time, the enormous thunderbolt strength had already poured into Xiao Yan's body. Under the wrapping of the heavenly flame, it roamed all the muscles in Xiao Yan's body. Haha, awesome. Again. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed out loud as he sensed the waves of piercing pain that were transmitted from all over his body. He raised his head and looked arrogantly at the cluster of thunderclouds in the sky. His feet heavily stepped on the empty air and his body immediately shot to the sky. Bang 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 bang. At the same time, a wave of muffled collision sounds appeared on the ship below. The 10+ elite Do-D who had charged into the house a moment ago were easily thrown out by a frightening strength. Among these people, even someone with a cultivation as strong as a 7-star Do-D was ultimately mercilessly thrown out. Immediately, the gazes of everyone on the deck once again shifted. Those elite Do-D who had been thrown out all lay on the ground with swollen red faces. Their mouths were painfully moaning. This also caused the expressions of the others to change. Their hearts involuntarily felt surprised. There were actually other experts in that room? After the last person flew out of the room in a miserable manner, a human figure quickly followed and stepped out of the room. He swept his eyes over the person in front of him who wanted to attack again. His eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, his nose emitted a cold snort. His body flashed and appeared in front of that person in a ghost-like manner. Without any hesitation, he turned his body and kicked that person's chest. A frightening force immediately erupted like a flash flood and surged into the body of the person in front of him in an unstoppable manner. At the same time that a muffled sound was emitted, the latter's body also flew out. Following which, he heavily smashed onto the ground and was unable to get up. After finishing off an elite Do-D with a kick, the human figure stood proudly in front of everyone. His hands were placed behind his back as his gaze swept over those people lying on the ground at this moment. Immediately, the couple of elite Do-D, who were about to get up, hurriedly lay on the ground in a panic. They did not dare to move. His sharp and overbearing methods and powerful strength had really caused them to be scared out of their wits. After which, the human figure flashed back to the door of the room and guarded the medicinal pill inside. Only at this moment did everyone on the deck a short distance away clearly see the latter's appearance. Their faces immediately revealed a shocked expression. The latter's appearance was actually exactly the same as the black-robed man in the sky. This was the result of the 9 avatars merging into one. An intermediate 7-star Do-D who possessed nearly half of Xiao Yan's fighting strength was completely fearless against anyone below the intermediate 8-star Do-D level. Unfortunately, the strongest person among these 10+ elite Do-D was merely a 7-star Do-D. Oh, no wonder he is so fearless. There is actually another twin brother guarding the medicinal pill. That's not right. Although this person's aura is powerful, his body is not an absolute entity. Instead, it seems to be agglomerated from energy. This is probably some kind of Do technique that can agglomerate avatars. Not far away, the 2 middle-aged men who had been observing all of this had similarly turned their gazes to the second Xiao Yan, who had appeared. After some careful observation, the 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the latter. TSK, Avatar Ha. It is actually able to raise its cultivation to such a level. This Do technique is likely quite extraordinary. Soon after, the faces of the two involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Their mouths also let out a sigh. Being able to possess half of the fighting strength of the original body, this kind of avatar could be said to be extremely powerful. This group of people actually have the delusion of having thoughts of snatching his medicinal pill. Hey, if this brat wants to kill someone, it is likely that they won't even have the chance to attack. TSK. While Xiao Yan's avatar on the ship below was displaying its great strength, the Xiao Yan in the sky was also violently colliding with the thunderbolts time and time again. The dozens of intense collisions caused a portion of Xiao Yan's body to become a little numb. Even his attacking action had become a little sluggish. Moreover, there were traces of fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. All of this was because of this pill lightning. However, Xiao Yan not only did not show any signs of being defeated under the dozens of attacks from the pill lightning, but he was instead in high spirits. The blood in his body appeared to have been ignited and all the strength in his body was completely unleashed. His completely red and numb hand trembled slightly. Threads of electric current passed through his chi paths. His entire arm involuntarily twitched as a piercing pain was transmitted. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily parted. However, his eyes were still emitting a hot fire. Ha ha ha, it is indeed worthy of being a world. Not bad, again. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as he laughed out loud. Surging Do Qi immediately surged to his arm and removed the numbness. Soon after, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal. At the same time, the surging Do Qi above his head gathered. Very quickly, it agglomerated into an enormous finger. Desolation finger. An explosive cry sounded and the enormous finger immediately shot forward. It violently collided with the frightening thunderbolt that was heading toward him. Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. The earth-shaking thunderbolt and the desolation finger were both annihilated. Bang bang bang, the continuous collisions lasted for hundreds of rounds, and the thunderclouds in the sky persisted for 4 hours. Finally, the pill lightning scattered. Everyone on the boat below was stunned. On top of being stunned, they also felt an excitement that was difficult to suppress. Using the strength of a single person to contend with the might of the world. Such a pioneering act really caused one's blood to boil. Exclamations sounded from the boat after the final pill lightning scattered. Even the 2 middle-aged men revealed shocked expressions. They looked at Xiao Yan in the distant sky and could not help but sigh in their hearts. It is really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Look at us. Such a pioneering act is something that even you and I did not manage to accomplish when we were young. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1004. Xiao Yan only descended after the pill lightning in the sky gradually scattered. His body sat on the roof of the house. A thought passed through his mind and his avatar turned into a ray of light that returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan ignored the surprised gazes of the people on the deck. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. Soon after, a golden-colored illusionary figure transformed into a golden-colored giant that rose from the ground behind Xiao Yan. It was the Golden Elephant Mantra. At this moment, the lightning energy in his body had yet to dissipate. Xiao Yan wanted to use this energy in addition to the energy he had absorbed earlier to completely form the Golden Elephant Mantra. As the illusory image rose behind him, the gazes of the people on the deck were once again attracted to Xiao Yan. Immediately, the expressions of many people changed slightly. Even the 2 middle-aged men standing on the pavilion could not help but raise their eyebrows. Although the golden illusory image behind Xiao Yan appeared illusory, everyone present could feel a faint pressure from it. This kind of pressure was different from Do Qi or spiritual strength. Instead, it was an even more domineering and vigorous aura. Not only does this brat have a powerful Do Qi, but he has also cultivated his physical strength to such a frightening level. The most frightening thing is that while he has cultivated these 2 types of energy to such a level, he also has such shocking attainments in alchemy. I have to say that his cultivation talent is really frightening. On the pavilion, the 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and saw the dense shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, the thought of roping in the latter rose in their hearts. With such a frightening cultivation talent, even if they could not rope him into their Ryuzawa square, it would be their fortune to be on good terms with him. That's right, before we uploaded it, the owner said that there was a rank 5 formation master on the ship. However, he did not seem to be staying in the room that the owner had chosen for him. Now, we don't know where he is. That's right. It's probably because he's not at ease with us that he found a room for himself. This is also normal. Although this kind of person's spirit is strong, his do-chi cultivation would be somewhat lacking. Perhaps this is also one of his methods of self-protection. The two of them continued to talk. However, one of the middle-aged men suddenly looked suspiciously at Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting cross-legged, and asked doubtfully, "Say, do you think that the array master that workshop owner was talking about is him?" According to the owner of the workshop, that lord seems to be very young. Hearing this, the person beside him frowned. That was indeed the case. The rank 5 formation master that Lu Jin mentioned did indeed look very young. However, in the blink of an eye, he dispelled the suspicion in his heart and shook his head. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the case. After all, that lord is a formation master and this young man is an alchemist. Who doesn't know that the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations can't be merged into one? Since ancient times, when has there ever been a case where the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations could be merged into one? Once these words were said, the suspicion in the former's eyes was greatly reduced. Soon after, when the two of them turned their gazes, they saw that not far behind Xiao Yan, a middle-aged man with blood on the corner of his mouth was quietly approaching Xiao Yan. This person was one of the 10+ elite Do-Di that had been sent flying by Xiao Yan's incarnation. Moreover, from his aura, he seemed to be a 7-star Do-Di. Previously, he did not have the opportunity to hurt Xiao Yan. At this moment, this fellow actually wanted to secretly attack after seeing that Xiao Yan was concentrating on practicing the golden elephant skill. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's back was facing him and he could not see it, he was similarly unable to see it. At this moment, there was a thumb-sized black steel needle quietly floating in Xiao Yan's sleeve. However, in the next moment, before that middle-aged man could arrive behind Xiao Yan, the two middle-aged men in embroidered robes on the building moved first. Their bodies were like ghosts as they arrived in front of that person in the blink of an eye. They pressed their hands on the latter's shoulders and a frightening aura spread outwards. Immediately, the middle-aged man was suppressed until he knelt on the building. "Mister, don't tell me that you haven't caused enough trouble for the previous matter?" Their sharp gazes stared at the middle-aged man as a powerful pressure descended on his head. Immediately, an endless amount of fear caused the unwillingness and killing intent in his eyes to disappear. At the same time, the other middle-aged man in embroidered robes had an extremely solemn gaze that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. At this moment, he was merely a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yan. It was also because of this that he could vaguely sense the extremely obscure strength that was transmitted from Xiao Yan's sleeve. It was sufficient to cause him to feel fear in his heart. What a frightening strength. That thing, just what is it? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly shrunk. Soon after, he swiftly brought the person who had launched a sneak attack down from the roof with the former. Soon after, the obscure aura that had seeped out from Xiao Yan's sleeve quietly scattered. Only then did the former sigh in relief in his heart. However, the eyes of this middle-aged man in embroidered robes involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan withdrew the steel needle, he became even more focused on the formation of the golden elephant skill. Unlike the force elephant skill, which was firm and fierce, the golden elephant skill was a defensive Do technique. It was able to control and utilize one's physical strength to the greatest extent. In a situation where one did not rely on Do-Chi, one could use one's physical strength to agglomerate a defensive barrier that had the ability to withstand thousands of tribulations. At the peak of refinement, even some defensive Do techniques could not compare with it. From this, one could see just how overbearing the golden elephant skill was. Now, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to withdraw the golden elephant skill virtual image that had been released from his body into his body and agglomerate it on the surface of his body to form a protective barrier. From there, he would be able to master the golden elephant's skill. Of course, this action could be described as simple. However, it was extremely difficult to actually do it. Xiao Yan needed to perfectly control all of the physical strength in his body. He needed to compress and agglomerate it to the greatest extent. He needed to agglomerate something that did not seem to exist. He needed to agglomerate the purest strength on the surface of his body like Do Qi. It could be said that if one wanted to do this, one would not be able to do it without understanding the physical strength. In order to successfully agglomerate the golden elephant's skill, Xiao Yan needed to first have a deeper understanding of his physical strength. He needed to successfully control this thing that was even more illusory and ethereal than Do Qi in his mind. And this process was destined to be slow. However, it seemed that this world did not intend to give Xiao Yan any more time. Just as he was fully focused on practicing the golden elephant's skill, a frightening danger was rapidly approaching from below the huge ship. Splash! Suddenly, an earth-shaking wave shot into the sky. The originally calm surface of the sea began to ripple intensely like a pond that had a huge rock thrown into it. The seawater flowed backwards and the sea region where the ship was located actually caved in. At the same time, the surface of the sea once again exploded in front of and behind the ship. Soon after, two ferocious-looking huge sea beasts suddenly charged out from under the water and blocked the ship's path. Damn it! Were these beasts attracted by the pill lightning earlier? Everyone on the ship, be alert. Activate the defensive formation. Everyone on the ship, enter battle mode. The two colorful-robed men rushed into the sky one after another. A golden light swiftly rose from the exterior of the ship when the loud cry from their mouths sounded. In the blink of an eye, it had already wrapped around the entire ship. Chapter 1005. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the sea. The color of the sky changed because of it. The thunderclouds had just dispersed, but in the blink of an eye, the entire sea became dark again, as if night was approaching. Raging waves rolled on the surface of the sea, splashing water in all directions. Shockingly huge waves that were hundreds of feet high continuously slammed into the sea around the ship, causing the entire ship to sway left and right. If it wasn't for the protection of the golden light that allowed the ship to maintain its center of gravity, everyone on the ship would have fallen into the sea and been swallowed by the boundless sea. At this moment, after the two 9-star Do emperors from Ryuzawa Square shouted, all the passengers on the ship had entered battle mode. Of course, Xiao Yan was an exception. At this moment, the latter was still obsessed with the condensation of the golden elephant tactic. As time passed, the virtual image of Ling Tian behind him had shrunk by more than half. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult the condensation process became. It was no longer as easy as it was at the beginning. Instead, the compression and condensation of every trace of power became as difficult as wringing a towel. At this moment, even though the golden light that condensed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was much more solid than before, it was still a distance away from becoming a real entity. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's temperament, the more it was like this, the calmer he became, and the more stable he was in condensing. Xiao Yan's countless experiences of growth in the past made him very clear that the more anxious he was when facing difficulties, the more he would be wary of them. On the other hand, being calm and unhurried could allow one to grow imperceptibly. The power that one obtained in this way, no matter how much it was, would only be beneficial to oneself. On the contrary, if one was eager for quick success and quick benefits, even if one obtained a seemingly powerful power, it would only be a one-sided power. On Xiao Yan's side, the condensation still required some time. However, the two huge sea beasts that surrounded everyone from the front and back of the ship could not wait any longer. The two giant beasts were like mountains that rose out of the sea. They attacked from the front and back, blocking the ship's path. The waves violently slammed against the hull of the ship as the giant beasts swayed. The golden light that enveloped the ship buzzed and shone brightly, blocking the waves. At this moment, everyone on the ship also flew up into the air. Their do qi gushed out from their bodies, ready to attack at any time. Damn it, it's the bramble sea lions, and there are actually two of them. Quick, turn the ship around and leave this place immediately. Seeing the two giant sea beasts emerging from the sea, the faces of the two middle-aged men on the ship immediately became ugly. At the same time, the other people on the ship who heard the name of the giant beasts could not help but show an extremely worried look on their faces. Some people's bodies even trembled uncontrollably. The bramble sea lion, as its name suggested, was a thorn-like existence in the sea. Because of its own characteristics, it had many tentacles growing on its body. Although these tentacles were not very aggressive, under the control of the bramble sea lion, those tentacles were like huge thorns, wrapping the entire ship from the bottom of the ship, making it impossible for the ship to escape from the sea controlled by the bramble sea lion. In the end, the energy of the formation on the ship would be exhausted, and the ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Naturally, all the human experts on the ship would not be able to survive. Such an example not only applied to the ships in the sea, but also to some of the other overlord-class sea beasts in the sea. Under the terrifying confinement ability of the bramble sea lion, most of the sea beasts under its control would eventually die from exhaustion. Even the magic beasts that lived in the sea would face such danger, let alone the humans. Although there were 2 9-star Do-D on the ship, unfortunately, the two of them only had the strength of an initial 9-star Do-D. The two giant beasts in front of them both had the strength of an intermediate 9-star Do-D. Just in terms of cultivation, the two of them were inferior to the two giant beasts. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to rely on brute force to escape from danger. Amidst the tumbling sea, the surface of the sea below the ship was deeply sunken, like a whirlpool, firmly confining the ship here. The huge behemoths attacked from the front and back. Under the sea, countless tentacles like thorns climbed to the bottom of the ship. Once the ship was completely confined here, the two behemoths would launch their attack. On the ship, the two 9-star Do-D continuously gave out orders. In the ship's control room, the crew tried their best to control the rudder of the ship. However, the resistance against the hull of the ship was increasing. Even though they tried their best, they could only slightly change the direction of the ship. When they were panting, the ship once again returned to its original angle under the deliberate control of the two huge beasts. Damn it! Everyone, attack! Hold these two beasts back. Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone hurriedly joined forces and attacked. Hundreds of people formed hand seals and Do skills gathered. Bright lights that were like stars in the night sky shone in this sea. After which, they wildly bombarded the two giant beasts. However, these two thorny sea lions were not ordinary creatures. Their powerful strength allowed them to easily block most of the attacks. Only the Do skills of the two 9-star Do-D on the ship were able to leave some damage on their bodies. The waves were like a tall wall blocking in front of everyone. While it repeatedly slammed against the formation, it also blocked most of the attacks. As for the two 9-star Do-D, they had no choice but to face it head-on. Unfortunately, after a couple of hours, although the two giant beasts were seriously injured, the two 9-star Do-D were even more seriously injured. At this moment, not only were the two of them covered with injuries, one of them had his shoulder pierced by the giant beast. Helpless, they could only return to the deck. Bang bang bang. A countless number of tentacles that were as thick as an adult's thigh rushed out from the surface of the sea. They swiftly clung onto the light formation. Like wildly growing vines, they swiftly covered the entire ship from bottom to top. Within a couple of hours, the two giant beasts had not only controlled the bottom of the ship, but they were also attempting to use their tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. In that case, everyone on the ship would not even have the chance to escape. A frightening strength surged from them. The ship, which was originally floating steadily on the surface of the sea, suddenly swayed. The bodies of everyone on the ship swayed. After which, they clearly saw that the ship was sinking deeper and deeper into the water. These two thorny sea lions were planning to drag the entire ship to the bottom of the sea. The formation that wrapped around the ship could only guarantee that the ship would not be damaged. However, it could not guarantee that the ship would not be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Once that happened, even if the formation could guarantee that the ship would not be swallowed by the sea for a short period of time, once the formation was broken, only death would await them. Immediately, an endless amount of panic immediately surged into everyone's hearts. Other than the struggle in their hearts, everyone on the ship used all their strength to attack. Everyone did not hold back as the Do Chi within their bodies surged out. Numerous Do skills were continuously thrown out, repeatedly bombarding the tentacles that were spreading toward the top of the ship in an attempt to stop the thorny sea lions from sinking the ship. However, no matter how hard the people on the ship tried, those tentacles still managed to occupy over half of the ship after a long delay. Moreover, nearly half of the ship had already sunk into the sea. The situation became increasingly tense. Everyone watched the sky above their heads gradually being covered by numerous thick tentacles. Unknowingly, a sense of loss and despair began to climb into their hearts like the vines that covered the ship. The originally intense bombardment gradually slowed down. In the end, even the two 9-star Do Di unwillingly put down their hands. The formation was still there, but the hope in the hearts of the people on the ship had already been shrouded by despair. Faced with such a crisis, they did not seem to have any chance of winning. This guy, at such a time, what is the use of gradually slowing down? Looking at Xiao Yan, who was still sitting cross-legged on the roof, someone from the dejected crowd could not help but helplessly say this. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to scold the latter. Once these words were spoken, many people on the ship turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Most of them were like the former. They merely glanced at him and then ignored him. On the other hand, the two 9-star Do Di from Ryuzawa Square had an inexplicable glimmer of light in their hearts. For some unknown reason, after seeing the latter again, the two of them had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that they and this ship had not truly reached the point of despair. In front of them, there was still a chance of survival waiting for them. The two of them swiftly exchanged glances with each other. After which, they raised their heads at the same time. There was still a small area of the sky above their heads that was not covered by the tentacles. The two of them parted their mouths and smiled. Since the sky above their heads was still there, how could the hope in their hearts be so easily extinguished? Buzz! At almost the same time, the illusionary image behind Xiao Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours, finally completely disappeared. Instead, it agglomerated into a layer of solid golden barrier on the surface of his body. This was the result of the complete agglomeration of the golden elephant skill. At the same time, it also represented that the golden elephant skill that Xiao Yan had practiced had reached the advanced stage. The golden body agglomerated, the golden elephant skill completed. A dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the light contained an incomparable pressure that caused everyone present to involuntarily fall to the ground. After which, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened at this moment. In an instant, two dense white flame beams shot out from his eyes. With just a glance, it easily shattered the bramble sea lion's tentacles that covered the top of the ship. It even penetrated through the clouds in the sky, allowing sunlight to scatter down and shine on the ashen faces of everyone on the ship. Chapter 1006. Standing on the roof, Xiao Yan casually glanced at the countless strange-looking tentacles that still covered more than half of the ship. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. While the others were staring at him, Xiao Yan tapped the roof with the tip of his foot. His figure suddenly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the top of the ship. From here, he could clearly see the rapidly spreading tentacles. At the same time, he could also clearly see the huge bodies of the two giant beasts outside the tentacles. Two intermediate 9-star Do Di beasts, their strength is not weak. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his mouth. Immediately, he violently charged out of the formation from a spot where the tentacles were denser in front of everyone's eyes. With a bang, a large number of tentacles turned into fragments that filled the sky and fell down in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared outside the large formation and was facing the two bramble sea lions. Everyone on the deck eyed Xiao Yan, who had easily destroyed the bramble sea lion's tentacle. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, a thread of hope once again rose from the bottom of these people's hearts, which were originally filled with despair, because of Xiao Yan. Bang! At this moment, the two 9-star Do Di were the first to launch an attack. The surging Do Chi condensed into two powerful Do skills and fiercely bombarded the tentacles, shattering a large number of tentacles. With this scene appearing again, the surrounding people on the deck were immediately encouraged. One by one, they stood up and led by the hope that rose in their hearts. With scarlet eyes, they used all their strength to display their trump cards. The continuous bombardment caused the hearts of these people to be unconsciously united. The strength that came from the bottom of their hearts caused them to quickly become tacit. Their attacks were no longer chaotic. Instead, they formed a kind of special tacit understanding. For a moment, they actually succeeded in forcing the remaining tentacles to retreat. This also caused the hearts of these people to become even more fiery. Like a spark of hope, at this moment, was burning fiercely in the tentacles. The fire of hope was rising higher and higher, like a prairie fire, rose in the hearts of these people. This was called, a single spark can start a prairie fire. And the person who lit this spark was Xiao Yan, who was currently being chased by the two giant beasts outside the formation. Chi chi chi. The sound of air breaking was like raindrops that densely resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. Thick tentacles rapidly flew in front of and behind Xiao Yan. The tentacles that should have touched Xiao Yan's body were easily dodged at the most critical moment. As for those that could not be dodged, Xiao Yan easily destroyed them. Xiao Yan, bye. When the countless tentacles tightened around each other, Xiao Yan's body was bound tightly. It was no surprise. The countless tentacles already possessed an extraordinary toughness under the support of Do Chi. Adding the fact that they were bound in such a manner, it was likely that even a 9-star Do Di would not be able to escape within a short period of time. At this moment, the two giant beasts also grabbed this opportunity to extend even more tentacles. Under the cover of Do Chi, they carried an incomparably sharp aura as they penetrated through the air and viciously pierced toward the bound Xiao Yan. In such a situation, once those tentacles penetrated one's body, even if one did not die, it would definitely leave behind quite a serious injury. This scene was naturally seen by the crowd on the deck, who had already gotten rid of most of the tentacles. Immediately, everyone's hearts involuntarily clenched together. Currently, Xiao Yan could be said to be their spiritual support. Once the latter was defeated in this manner, this group of people who had just pulled themselves together with great difficulty would once again collapse to the ground in the blink of an eye. If they were dispirited again this time around, they would no longer have the possibility of standing up again. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as those tentacles firmly bound Xiao Yan, within a short span of a few breaths, everyone clearly saw numerous dazzling golden lights shoot out from deep within the cluster of tentacles. Soon after, numerous cracks swiftly spread from the countless tentacles. Without waiting for more tentacles to shoot toward Xiao Yan, the large cluster of tentacles that bound Xiao Yan suddenly exploded with a muffled bang. Dang 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 dang. Soon after, intense collision sounds once again sounded. Those tentacles covered in Do Chi violently collided with Xiao Yan's body. His body, which was covered in golden light, did not move at all. On the other hand, those tentacles that collided with the golden light suddenly exploded in an instant. The collision between the two was as weak as an egg striking a rock. After a few minutes of intense collision, Xiao Yan's body still did not move at all. Even the golden light on the surface of his body did not scatter at all. This was the dominance of the golden elephant's skill. Hua! Seeing this scene, the people on the ship immediately burst into an uproar. At the same time, a blazing fire of hope ignited in their eyes, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Ha! At a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, suddenly let out a violent roar. The invisible sound wave seemed to contain a powerful force. Wherever it passed, those tentacles that were charging toward the ladder once again broke inch by inch. I'm still in a hurry, so I won't play with you guys anymore. As the faint sentence fell from his mouth, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The dense white flames immediately turned into a raging wave of flames, sweeping toward the tentacles that wrapped around the ship in an overwhelming manner. Soon after, everyone on the ship clearly saw that wherever the flames passed, all the tentacles were strangely frozen. Then, under the shocked gazes of these people, they shattered into countless ice shards and fell into the vast sea. In just a short moment, those tentacles that were wrapped around the ship a moment ago had all fallen into the sea. At the same time, the ship also regained its original control. That's heavenly flame? A flame that can freeze things. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the bone-freezing flame, ranked 11th on the heavenly flame list. Who exactly is he, to be favored by the heavenly flame? Suddenly, the people on the ship recognized the flame and could not help but be curious about Xiao Yan. Of course, more than this, was naturally the latter's timely intervention and saving their lives. At the same time, Xiao Yan's figure appeared above the head of a bramble sea lion in a ghost-like manner. When the latter saw that Xiao Yan had arrived in front of it, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiao Yan. At the same time, another bramble sea lion in the sky behind Xiao Yan also shot out countless tentacles. They were like a rain of arrows that filled the sky as they furiously shot at Xiao Yan. In response to the attack behind him, Xiao Yan blasted out with his palm. The flame palm print rose sharply against the wind and easily swallowed the countless tentacles. Then, his body suddenly rushed down, dodging the attack of the bramble sea lion below, landing on the latter's head. His hands clenched into fists, blue veins popping out, and a terrifying power suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. Then, he mercilessly smashed down. Bang! The fist fell and immediately left a huge pit on the beast's head. Its flesh and blood were separated, revealing the white bones. The giant beast's huge body, which was above the surface of the sea, sank uncontrollably. Half of its body directly sank into the sea, and a huge footprint was left on its broad back. Before the giant beast could struggle again, Xiao Yan continued to attack. His right hand spread out, and the douqi condensed in the palm of his hand. Soon, it turned into a thumb-sized black light spot. Great Heaven Creation Palm. With a low shout in his heart, Xiao Yan's right palm fell on the head of the bramble sea lion. A terrifying devouring power suddenly spread out, and the giant beast below him roared. In a short moment, it was completely submerged in the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Even the surrounding sea was swallowed by the Great Heaven Creation Palm. The seawater poured in, and the ship, which had just stabilized, shook violently. The people on the ship were shocked. When they came back to their senses, the thorny sea lion, which was originally at the stern of the ship, was nowhere to be seen. What a terrifying skill! In an instant, everyone on the ship was shocked. Even the other bramble sea lion also felt the terror of this human. Its huge body quickly turned and dived. As the sea churned, half of its body had already sunk into the sea in the blink of an eye. Huh? Is it trying to escape? Its speed is quite fast. It is worthy of being the top magical beast in the sea. Xiao Yan whispered in surprise. He wanted to turn around and get on the ship, but then he raised his eyebrows. The bramble sea lion's speed in the sea was extremely fast. If he could tame it and use it to pull the ship forward, wouldn't the speed of reaching their destination be reduced by a lot? With this thought, Xiao Yan suddenly grinned. He looked at the giant beast, whose back had just sunk into the sea, and its body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sea under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship. This guy, could it be that he wants to kill that bastard? That thing had tormented us quite a bit just now. It is understandable for him to have such thoughts. Everyone frowned as discussions rang out. At the same time, their hearts, which had been tense for an entire day, finally began to slowly relax. However, after a short while, the sea surface, which had just calmed down, suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, the huge body of the bramble sea lion once again surged out from the sea. The faces of the people on the ship, who had yet to catch their breath, changed drastically. Everyone mobilized the little remaining douqi in their bodies. Their eyes were alert as they looked at the giant beast that had appeared in front of them. However, at a certain moment, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly discovered that there was a black-robed human figure standing on the head of the bramble sea lion. When everyone followed his gaze and looked over, sure enough, that human figure was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. As for the bramble sea lion at this moment, it did not show any signs of resistance under his feet. Although its huge body still gave people an infinite visual impact, the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from before had completely disappeared. The people on the ship could not help but inexplicably think that the latter at this moment was like a well-behaved lion. What is going on? Xiao Yan gently stomped his feet while everyone was feeling surprised. The enormous beast under his feet immediately obediently sent him to the edge of the boat. Xiao Yan immediately boarded the boat in front of the cautious gazes of everyone on the boat. He immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. Everyone, for the rest of the journey, let this big guy pull the ship for us. I believe that with it pulling the ship, the time we take to reach our destination should be reduced by more than half." As soon as these words came out, everyone on the ship was shocked. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the giant beast in front of them. They did not dare to believe that this giant beast, which wanted to drag them to the bottom of the sea a moment ago, would actually become their labor at this moment. "Mister, it won't have any problems, right?" Two 9-star Dodi walked forward while supporting each other. They respectfully cupped their hands to Xiao Yan and then carefully asked. This was also the problem that everyone present was worried about. After all, the bramble sea lion was best at dragging its prey into the depths of the sea. If Xiao Yan's actions were to backfire and the bramble sea lion took advantage of it and dragged their ship into the sea, then the result would be unbearable for everyone on the ship. And for this point, Xiao Yan seemed to have expected it. "Hee, please rest assured that there will definitely be no problems." With a slight smile, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across everyone present. His face was full of a confident smile. Seeing the latter like this, most of the people on the ship hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding their heads in agreement. After all, the strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already proven everything for him. His persuasiveness was undoubtedly stronger than the two 9-star Dodi controlling the ship. Moreover, there were indeed many people in the crowd who were eager to give it a try. After all, they had never seen a magical beast in the sea pulling a ship. Now that they had the opportunity to experience it, how could they not be moved? As for those who were still worried, they also chose to nod their heads in affirmation after struggling for a while. Seeing everyone nod their heads, Xiao Yan immediately smiled with satisfaction. He turned around and ordered the giant beast behind him. The latter immediately twisted its body obediently and came to the front of the ship. It used its countless tentacles to pull the hull of the ship. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship was indeed pulled by the bramble sea lion and sailed towards the depths of the North Sea at an even faster speed. Chapter 1007. The Snake Island was the largest island in the North Sea that was close to the North Sea. It was a place that all practitioners had to pass through on their way to and from the North Sea. At the same time, it was also the location of a branch of Ryuzawa Square, which was the destination of Xiao Yan and the others. The Snake Island got its name from the shape of the island, which looked like a huge snake. There was also another saying, which was that there were countless dragon snakes on the upper level of the Snake Island that had fallen here. That was how it got its name. But no matter what, it did not affect the fame of the Snake Island in the North Sea. The entire island was circular, like a pagoda. Perhaps it was because of its name, but all the buildings on the island were arranged in a circle, like a giant snake. Of course, it was also because of the terrain. On the other side, the ship was being led by the bramble sea lion. Its speed was naturally several times faster. The journey that would have taken 2 months was now under the lead of the bramble sea lion. In just 1 month, the people on the ship could already see the huge island on the horizon. This made the people on the ship very happy. At the same time, they were also surprised by the speed of the bramble sea lion. Other than this, everyone on the ship, including the two 9-star Dodi, felt admiration for Xiao Yan, who had caused all of this, from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking young man would have such powerful strength? The two bramble sea lions were each comparable to a 9-star Dodi in the middle stage. Even so, in the hands of the former, they were defeated in just a short time. He easily killed one of the bramble sea lion and even used shocking methods to make the other one listen to his orders. Everyone on the ship knew that if it wasn't for the bramble sea lion leading the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here in such a short time. Along the way, because of the bramble sea lion, all the powerful sea beasts that they encountered along the way were scared away by the bramble sea lion before they could do anything. This was also thanks to Xiao Yan. Up until now, everyone on the ship, including the people who attacked Xiao Yan for the pills, were all in awe of him. This kind of awe wasn't just because he saved their lives, it came from the bottom of their hearts. It came from the respect they had for a truly powerful person. By noon, the ship had already arrived at the Snake Island. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer, everyone on the ship had a joyful expression on their faces. Once they were here, they would be truly safe. They would no longer have to worry about any sudden attacks from the giant beasts in the ocean. However, when the ship was approaching the port of the island, the people near the port also noticed the ship that was quickly approaching them. At the same time, they also noticed the bramble sea lion that showed its head on the surface. That's the bramble sea lion. Not good, the sea beasts are coming. Damn it, those annoying guys haven't left yet. Why is this thing coming too? Everyone be careful, it's the bramble sea lion. Notify the guards around and send reinforcements. Before Xiao Yan and the others arrived, the atmosphere at the port was already tense. Loud shouts came one after another. Many figures quickly gathered at the port. Before the bramble sea lion got close to the shore, the strong people on the island had already used their Do skills and bombarded the bramble sea lion. What's going on? What's happening at the port? At the same time, on the deck of the ship, the people who noticed the intense energy wave in front of them immediately looked over. The people at the front were naturally the two 9-star Do D. When everyone saw the situation in front of them, their faces immediately changed. They were so happy that they almost forgot that the bramble sea lion was in front of them. Now the people on the island must have thought that their ship was an empty ship. They thought that the bramble sea lion had found a cover for them and directly attacked them. This was going to be troublesome. Facing the bombardment that came from all directions, the bramble sea lion in the sea naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Immediately, its huge body pounced forward. Immediately, a shocking wave swept forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a water wall that was hundreds of feet tall. It successfully blocked the attacks that came from the front. The remaining power continued to sweep forward without any decrease in power. Finally, the port that was set up on the shore was completely destroyed. What's going on? Why is the bramble sea lion angry? Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was originally sitting cross-legged in his room, unknowingly appeared on the roof of his room. He frowned as he looked at the huge wave that destroyed the port. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt. He had already communicated with this big guy. He would use 2 tier 4 medicinal pills as a reward to get this guy to send them here. Moreover, because of him, the bramble sea lion shouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. But what was the situation now? Greetings to Senior Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Yan appear, everyone on the ship immediately bowed respectfully to him. Although the person in front of them was young, they didn't feel anything wrong when they bowed to him. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. The current Xiao Yan had the ability to make them call him senior. The two 9-star Do D nodded gently. Soon after, the two 9-star Do D swiftly explained everything that had happened in front of them. Oh, Coiling Snake Island. In other words, we have reached our destination. Xiao Yan softly muttered. After which, he once again frowned and turned his gaze to the front. The strong people on the island had once again used their Do Chi, wanting to attack the bramble sea lion again. At this moment, the bramble sea lion had already accumulated its strength and was ready to send them another tsunami. Swoosh! Just as the bramble sea lion was about to attack, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared on top of its head. He gently stomped his feet and the huge beast's movement also stopped. At the same time, the Do Chi that came from the sky like rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It still carried a terrifying destructive force as it ruthlessly fell on Xiao Yan and the bramble sea lion below. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Yan waved his right arm. A light flashed in his palm and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. He covered it with the heavenly flame and filled it with dou qi. After which, the moment those dou qi fell, the heavy Xian ruler suddenly swept across in front of Xiaoyan. Following which, a shocking white ruler glow shot out. With just one attack, it completely destroyed the countless dou qi. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The dou qi of all the dou di in front of the harbor were swept away by Xiaoyan's ruler. After which, without waiting for them to attack again, Xiaoyan's figure appeared on the coiling Snake Island like a ghost. He waved the huge ruler in his hand and the invisible air was instantly crushed into an air cannonball. It shot out and caused the ground below to explode. After which, the gazes of the strong people at the harbor were attracted by this shocking attack. After which, they landed on the black-robed man in midair. All of you, stop right now. Chapter 1008. Xiaoyan's figure stood in midair. His majestic voice gathered everyone's gaze. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the person in front of them, a human, would actually stop them from attacking the bramble sea lion. Why? At this time, the bramble sea lion pulled the ship and docked it on the shore. Then, a group of people jumped down from the ship and appeared in front of everyone on the island. What is going on? Everyone who saw this scene was surprised. Why was it that the boat behind the bramble sea lion was not empty? There were actually people on it. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was clear that they were very safe. While everyone on the island was feeling surprised, a couple of human figures within the crowd recognized the two 9-star dou di who had just descended from the ship. Deacon Xian and Deacon Zhou, why is it you? Shouldn't your boat arrive in 1.5 months? Why are you on this boat? 4 human figures swiftly flashed and stepped forward. They cupped their hands to the two 9-star dou di. After which, they cried out in surprise and inquired. Even some of the gazes from the crowd behind were attracted by the words of these few people. The two 9-star dou di immediately recognized these people when they saw them. These 4 people were from the Dragon Pool Square. After which, the 2 of them smiled and told the 4 people in front of them about what had happened earlier and the reason why they had arrived here so quickly. Of course, their words did not contain any intention of hiding anything. Hence, the matter of Xiaoyan easily subduing the bramble sea lion and using it as labor fell into the ears of the people behind them without missing a single word. These words immediately stirred a great commotion in the crowd. Countless numbers of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiaoyan's body. This bramble sea lion's cultivation was at least that of an intermediate 9-star dou di. Even though this was the case, it was still easily subdued by this black-robed, young man in front of them. From this, one could tell just how great the latter's cultivation was. When everyone saw his young face, a storm was set off in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces also turned into a dumbfounded look. If the 2 deacons of Ryuzawa Square did not personally explain it, in addition to seeing the bramble sea lion with their own eyes, it was likely that no one present would believe that such a powerful energy could erupt from the body of this skinny black-robed young man. When the group of guests who had flown down from the ship behind Xiaoyan saw the expression on the faces of the crowd in front of them, their faces involuntarily revealed a mocking and prideful smile. Perhaps it was because their faces had once revealed such an expression, or perhaps it was because they had personally witnessed the matter, but when these people looked at the crowd on the shore, their eyes would carry an expression as though they were looking at country bumpkins. As for the inexplicable pride, it should be because they were fortunate to be able to enjoy the process of the sea beast pulling the boat. After all, according to their knowledge, although they did not dare to say that there had never been a sea beast pulling the boat, people at their level had never had the qualification to enjoy such a thing. Just this point of this trip to the Northern Sea was enough for them to remember for a long time. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Xiaoyan's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the bramble sea lion. Now that they had arrived at their destination, the promise with the bramble sea lion would naturally be fulfilled. Although he had forced the bramble sea lion to pull the boat back then, the beast was unwilling to submit to Xiaoyan's powerful pressure. Therefore, Xiaoyan had no choice but to use 2 tier 4 medicinal pills as payment in exchange for a smooth trip. It must be said that with the bramble sea lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. It could be said that with the bramble sea lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Under the bramble sea lion's impatient roar, Xiao Yan flipped his palm, and 2 perfectly round pills instantly fell into his hand. He waved his hand, and the big guy in front of him swallowed them in one gulp. After that, it let out 2 joyful cries, and its huge body slowly sank down. Finally, it disappeared from the Snake Island. Seeing this big fellow leave, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose for some unknown reason. After which, he turned around and boarded the coiling Snake Island under the escort of everyone. Under the escort of the crowd, Xiao Yan walked on the street that led to the center of the Snake Island. Due to the terrain of the island, the street showed the scene of tens of thousands of stairs. At a glance, the winding stairs were endless, and at the end of one site, there was a group of grand buildings. At the same time, it was also the highest point of the Snake Island, the most central area. Being surrounded by the crowd behind him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. The vast and mighty aura of this large group of people was like a group of robbers who had charged up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Quite a number of shops in the streets were unable to endure it and closed their doors one after another wherever they passed. Even the passers-by on the street revealed frightened faces as they opened up a path for this group of people. Facing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head, and only then did he turn his gaze to the 2 9-star Do Di who were still following him. Although the port of Ryuzawa Square was at the outer side of the island, due to the special nature of the island, the headquarters of Ryuzawa Square on the Snake Island was built at a high place. This allowed Xiao Yan to pass by. May I know if the 2 of you know the exact location of Beihai College in the Northern Sea? Hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It seemed that they were a little surprised by this. However, they immediately looked at Xiao Yan respectfully. After thinking for a moment, they cupped their hands together and smiled. "Elder, are you going to Beihai College?" Xiao Yan nodded, and the person in front of him immediately spoke again. "From Elder's tone, you don't seem to be familiar with Beihai College. Why don't I introduce Beijing College to you before I tell you the exact location of Beijing College? How about it?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he was very familiar with Beihai College. He couldn't help but ask. "Don't tell me that the 2 of you came from Beihai College?" "Huh, Elder must be joking. The 2 of us don't have the ability to enter." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the 2 of them shook their heads and sighed. From their eyes, it could be seen that even the 2 of them had a deep yearning for Beihai College. After laughing bitterly, the 2 of them collected their emotions. They lifted their gazes, looked at Xiao Yan, and asked with a smile. "May I know if Elder has heard of the 3 great heads of the Northern Sea?" Chapter 1009. The 3 great heads of the Northern Sea. What are they? Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard the words that were emitted from the person in front of him. A doubtful expression appeared on his face. He had just entered the Northern Sea and was unfamiliar with everything in the Northern Sea. Other than Beihai College, he did not know anything about any other factions. The 2 people beside him helplessly smiled when they saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. It turned out that the former did not know about any other factions other than Beihai College after coming to the vast Northern Sea. "Elder, the so-called 3 great heads of the Northern Sea are the 3 strongest factions in the Northern Sea. Beihai College is one of them." Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows when these words were spoken. He did not expect Beihai College to have such a deterrent force. It was actually able to become one of the 3 great factions in the Northern Sea. However, Xiao Yan understood after thinking about it. Beihai College was single-handedly established by Hai Machin. His cultivation was likely comparable to Gu Yu's. It was likely that no one in the entire northern region could match up to him. It was understandable for him to be able to bully the 3 great factions. Other than Beihai College, the other 2 great factions are the true overlords of the Northern Sea. They are also the 2 magical beast tribes that have existed for the longest time in the ocean. The Sea Shark Tribe and the Sea Serpent Tribe. In front of these two enormous creatures, the human factions are not even worth mentioning. The two great magical beast tribes have divided the entire sea into two parts. One half is controlled by the sea shark tribe while the other half is controlled by the sea serpent tribe. Their territories coincidentally extend to the area around Snake Island. Hence, there are no members of these two tribes in the sea region that we came from. They are only doing this to maintain the balance of the sea. Otherwise, if their factions continue to expand endlessly, other than these two great magical beast tribes, it is likely that no other magical beast will exist in the entire sea. However, Beihai College is at the intersection of the territories of these two magical beast tribes. If we want to travel from Snake Island to Beihai College, we will need another month of travel. Deacon Xian and Deacon Zhou involuntarily paused their bodies when they spoke until this point. They spoke respectfully to Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Due to the fact that the sea region after this is more dangerous, Ryuzawa Square will not send any ships into the deep sea. Please forgive us for this. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeves, he lifted the two people who were bent over. This is your responsibility. There is nothing to apologize for. Moreover, I am very thankful that you too. There are many experts within the two great magical beast clans, and there are even a few origin transformation experts. Senior, you must be extremely cautious in your journey. Thank you for the information. Xiao Yan clasped his hands and nodded to express his gratitude. Deacon Xian then took out a scroll from his storage ring. It was a detailed map of the North Sea. After taking the map, Xiao Yan did not have time to look at it. He put it into his storage ring. When he turned around to look, he realized that they had already arrived at the top of Snake Island. From his current position, he was able to see over half of the coiling Snake Island at a glance. He was even able to see the huge sea region where they had come from. The endless sea caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh. Just now, Qian Er and Zhou Er had said that the sea in front of him at this moment was left for the other magical beasts in the sea to live in by the two magical beast clans. From this, it could be imagined that the two magical beast clans occupied an enormous amount of marine resources. And all of this was because of the difference in strength between them. Even so, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, one would realize that even though the two magical beast clans could be said to be overbearing, they at least left enough space for the other creatures in the ocean to survive. In other words, if it were humans, when a clan continued to expand endlessly, how could they give other forces the chance to grow wantonly? Dang! 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 However, right at that moment, from the highest point of the Snake Island, a series of urgent bell-ringing sounds suddenly came. It was not hard to hear that kind of urgency. Something must have happened on the island. What happened? What does that bell sound mean? Xiao Yan frowned and involuntarily asked. Almost at the same time, the expressions of everyone behind him, and even everyone on the island, changed drastically. All the strong people who were at least a Do-di flashed and appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the coiling Snake Island was covered by a countless number of human figures. Not good, the snakes are here. Deacon Xian, who was beside him, quickly explained to Xiao Yan. The snake horde was actually a beast horde in some sense. This beast horde was formed by the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe. All the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in the beast horde were above the Do-di level. They were extremely powerful. The meaning of the existence of this beast tide was a tradition within the Sea Serpent clan. It was to select true warriors from the countless sea serpents and join a special force within the Sea Serpent clan to protect the Sea Serpent clan. The first condition to select this kind of warrior was to kill 10 Do-di level warriors. In the ancient times, this kind of selection was usually only held within their own tribe. The battlefield was also the Snake Island. However, because of the intervention of humans, the Snake Island no longer belonged to them. Therefore, the rules of the selection of warriors had a small change. It was transferred from the tribe to the human warriors. The battlefield was still the same. The warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in this kind of selection were usually at the bottom of the tribe. Their status was lower. Their purpose of participating in the selection was to change their status in the tribe. Also, because the number of warriors in the selection was limited, these guys were usually very cruel. They would choose to fight in the craziest way from the beginning in order to complete the selection as quickly as possible. Although this process might cost them their lives, they were still very passionate about it. This was because these fellows clearly understood that if they couldn't complete the selection, they would forever be at the bottom of the hierarchy. The division of status made them value their own status. In order to be able to sit at the top, these fellows would not hesitate even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 10:10. Hearing what the two said, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. The sea serpent race was crazy. In order to pick out the best warriors, they didn't even care about the lives of their people. Of course, this might have something to do with the number of their own race. The huge number of people forced the sea serpent race to use such extreme methods to control the number of their people. Other than that, it might also be because of the nature of the demon beasts to fight. On this point, it was said that even the sea shark race was the same. Of course, the difference was that they wouldn't choose to kill each other, and they wouldn't attack humans so easily. Just as the few of them were talking, they looked up. Other than the countless human warriors in the sky, there was also a huge amount of powerful aura in the northern sky. It was quickly approaching them. The Snake Island that was originally under the clear sky was now covered in a layer of haze. The powerful aura was quickly approaching the Snake Island like an avalanche. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the island. Everyone on the island raised their eyes at this moment and focused their gazes. The muscles on their faces involuntarily trembled as their gazes swiftly turned dark. A grave expression surfaced on the faces of everyone in the sky above the island. At this moment, a large group of people with human bodies and snake tails were high up in the sky. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and battle intent as they stared at all the humans on the island below. The flames of war were spreading rapidly in their hearts. The crazy killing intent caused them to constantly scan the humans below, choosing their prey. Damn it. These half-human half-beast bastards. They are actually picking us as prey. Quite a number of people immediately emitted a reprimand when they noticed those unknown gazes. Even Xiao Yan felt a little unnatural when those gazes swept over him. At this moment, the bell ringing from the highest point of the Snake Island finally stopped. Then, 3 silhouettes flashed out from the buildings and hovered in the air. Their sharp eyes stared straight at the group of dragon men across them. After 3 years, Blood Commander, we meet again. A voice filled with authority came from a black-haired middle-aged man among the 3. Along with it, there was also an extremely powerful aura coming from his body. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the middle-aged man's body. When the countless clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan felt this aura, they couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with fear. Immediately after, another powerful aura swept out from the clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan and blocked the middle-aged man's aura. Hiss. 2 origin transformation experts. Sensing the strength of these 2 auras, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the street below, could not help but raise his eyebrows. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. His heart was extremely shocked. The Northern Sea was truly a place of power. He had just arrived here today and he had already seen 2 origin transformation experts. It was hard to imagine what it would be like in the depths of the Northern Sea. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd of the Sea Serpent race. Afterward, a burly man slowly walked out with heavy steps. Unlike the other members of the Sea Serpent race, although his appearance was similar to theirs, the snake tail on his lower body had already transformed into a pair of legs. This was a rule of the Sea Serpent race. All experts below the origin transformation realm were required to keep their snake tails. Wang Ziyuan, it's been 3 years. I didn't think that your cultivation hasn't increased at all. Have I overestimated you? There was a hint of mockery in his cold laughter. When he spoke again, the already tyrannical aura within the burly man's body actually increased a little. It was several times stronger than before. At the same time, Wang Ziyuan also frowned and let out a low snort from his nose. Then, he blocked the aura and even overpowered it. Commander Shui, although that's the case, it seems that your cultivation hasn't surpassed mine. So, for now, I suggest that you put away your arrogance. A faint laughter rang out. Wang Ziyuan curled his lips and smiled, causing the latter's face to immediately darken. Wang Ziyuan, I'd like to see how many more years you can last with your cultivation at the late origin transformation realm. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will personally kill you on this coiling snake island. I'll be waiting. Wang Ziyuan clasped his hands together heavily. His firm voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the surroundings, causing the experts on the island below to cheer. However, no one noticed that when Wang Ziyuan said those words, cold sweat dripped down from his temples. Right, it's just as this fellow before me said. If my cultivation doesn't advance in the slightest, then I'm afraid I won't have to wait for another few years before I won't be able to hold on when the next beast tide comes. As a result, he needed to increase his cultivation before that. Even if he did not reach returnance, just reaching the peak of the late origin transformation realm would be enough for him to easily deal with this guy before him. You brats. Today, this will be the battlefield for your trial. Whoever can kill 10 human Do Di will have the right to enter the Yuan estate. There will only be 100 spots. As a result, begin your hunt now. The moment the commander yelled out, the countless sea serpents behind him crazily cried out and charged toward the coiling snake island below. They formed a black mass that looked like dark clouds descending from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Sky-shaking shouts sounded like roaring thunders. Surging warrior energies rose from the surface of the bodies of these sea flood dragons. Different colored thunderbolts formed in this world, striking down fiercely towards the island below. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, all the human experts on the island charged upward. Only Xiao Yan and the people beside him, as well as Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky, did not move at all. Senior, let's go. The people beside Xiao Yan respectfully clasped their hands at him before charging into the sky. Only Xiao Yan remained where he was. He glanced at them indifferently. When Xiao Yan returned to his senses, he suddenly felt a murderous gaze land on him. Before he could focus, the owner of the presence had already appeared before him. 2 hands were bent into claws as they viciously swiped toward Xiao Yan's throat. Chapter 10-11. Clang. Sparks shot out as the 2 claws violently cut across Xiao Yan's throat one after another. However, only a few sparks were emitted during the process. Even Xiao Yan's standing body did not move even a little. What? The appearance of this scene also caused the powerhouse from the Sea Serpent clan to be greatly shocked. He did not expect that with his strength, he would still be unable to hurt a mere human's physical body. How is this possible? Our Sea Serpent clan's physical strength is naturally stronger than other clans. How is it possible that we can't even hurt a human? This is impossible. On top of being shocked, this person also widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked over. Soon after, he clearly saw that Xiao Yan's exposed throat was covered with numerous purple-gold strange scales. The attack from the former earlier had been blocked by these scales. This is, suddenly, the strong man from the Sea Serpent clan had a drastic change in expression. He was shocked. Could it be that the person in front of him was also from the Magic Beast clan? However, before he could raise his head, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Then, with a bang, his fist landed heavily on the former's face. The dull sound of the collision was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The former only felt that his entire soul was shaking violently. Then, when he fell to the ground, he had already fainted. After finishing off the person in front of him with a punch, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over. However, he couldn't help but frown the next moment. Although he had finished off one of them, there were still countless sea serpents rushing towards him in the sky. There were countless existences that were even stronger than the former, and their numbers were terrifyingly huge. A battle that couldn't be avoided was rushing towards Xiao Yan. Looking at the current situation, if he couldn't finish off all the Sea Serpent clan in the sky, he wouldn't be able to leave the Snake Island easily. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but sink. He had originally wanted to go to Beihai College, but he didn't expect to encounter so many obstacles along the way. There were always some troubles that constantly blocked his path. This also caused his originally calm heart to have a sense of irritation. Now, if he wanted to leave this place, he could only finish off the Sea Serpent clan first. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of icy cold air and tried his best to calm his heart. After which, his gaze swiftly swept across the sky and immediately chose a strong Sea Clan person who was closer to him. His hands were instantly clenched into fists. His body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that person. Following which, under the latter's shocked eyes, a fist violently smashed into his abdomen. The powerful strength caused the latter to lose all of his combat power in an instant. The consciousness in his mind quickly dissipated. Then, like a corpse, he fell heavily to the ground. The fastest way to end this battle wasn't to kill endlessly. Xiao Yan's goal was only to make the Sea Clan lose their combat power. After all, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the powerful clans in the ocean. That would only bring him more trouble. After a dozen punches, more than 10 strong men from the Sea Clan had lost their combat power. However, when Xiao Yan raised his head, the black mass of the Sea Clan army in the sky still sent chills down his spine. Xiao Yan's face became gloomy because of this. With so many opponents, even if he punched one person, he didn't know how long it would take. At this time, under the siege of the Sea Clan, some of the human experts on the island were gradually showing signs of defeat. Some of the weaker human experts even began to die in the hands of the Sea Clan one after another. According to the current situation, if the battle continued to drag on, the only way to end this chaotic battle was to sacrifice the lives of the human powerhouses. Once the 100 Sea Clan warriors were selected, this chaotic battle would naturally come to an end. However, Xiao Yan couldn't wait until then. He was already impatient with Beihai College and Haimachin. These fellows in front of him would only wear away the little bit of patience he had left. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he stood in the empty air. Both of his eyes were gently shut. A vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately spread from between his brows. Soon, it covered the entire battleground. Sensing the strength of this soul power, even Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the latter. Immediately after, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. With a poof, a white flame rose from his palm. That's heavenly flame? Immediately after, Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui's faces suddenly changed. Both of their eyes couldn't help but be shocked. However, the scene that followed made their hearts even more shocked. Buzz! Following Xiao Yan's thought, the white flame that rose from his palm immediately twisted and trembled. Immediately after, a circle of white flame waves swept out in all directions in the sky with Xiao Yan as the center. Facing this circle of seemingly ordinary flame wave, almost everyone present chose to ignore it. As elite Do Di with Do Qi protecting their bodies, what could a mere circle of flame do to them? However, when this circle of seemingly ordinary flames came into contact with the bodies of the Sea Tribe warriors, it began to burn fiercely as if it had come into contact with dry wood. The Do Qi on the surface of their bodies, which was used for defense, had instead become the fuel for the flames. Amidst a wave of exclamations, everyone present saw a strange scene. When the white flame that shrouded the bodies of those people gradually disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone were human figures that were sealed in ice. Without exception, those people were all experts from the Sea Clan. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately caused a huge commotion on the Snake Island. Everyone on the island gasped. Next, all the Sea Race warriors backed off in fear. Facing this strange scene, even the crazy battle intent in their hearts could not support them to take another step forward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was really too strange. It was so strange that it was scary. Seeing the people from the same clan turn into ice sculptures under the flame, it was likely that no one could endure this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the experts from the Sea Serpent clan were sealed in ice. As for the rest, they all retreated from the Snake Island with fear in their hearts. The atmosphere on the island had unknowingly become quiet. This kind of silence made people feel a sense of terror. After that, Xiao Yan, who was under everyone's gaze, finally slowly opened his eyes. His eyes coldly swept across the Sea Clan members who had retreated from the Snake Island. An extremely cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. If anyone dares to take another step forward, they will end up like these people. The cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It was also like an invisible heavy hammer that pounded on everyone's hearts. Looking at the Sea Clan experts who were sealed in ice, although they could feel a trace of life from them, the strange scene from before had already caused these people to lose all their battle intent. All that was left was endless fear. Such a strange battle method was something that they had never seen before in their lives. Seeing his own clan members' fearful faces, Commander Shue's face instantly turned gloomy. Regarding Xiao Yan's method, others might not know, but he and Wang Ziyuan were very clear about it. He was just borrowing the advantage of the heavenly flame. If his clan members all rushed forward, even if the latter had the help of the heavenly flame, he wouldn't be able to fight against 100. At this moment, the reason why he was able to intimidate the crowd was because he was borrowing the fear in these people's hearts towards unknown things. After all, the latter's method was indeed strange in the eyes of ordinary people. A bunch of trash. He is just borrowing the heavenly flame to scare you, but you don't dare to go forward. With such a mentality, what right do you have to enter the Yuan mansion? After scolding their own tribe members, the originally cowering Sea tribe people immediately began to move. The desire to fight that had been hidden in many people's eyes once again appeared. With a furious roar, they charged towards Xiao Yan, who was in the sky above the coiling Snake Island. Buzz! However, the final result was the same as those people before. A strange scene appeared once again. The dozens of people who had charged forward were once again strangely sealed in ice. The continuous attacks completely extinguished the flame that had just been ignited in the hearts of the Sea tribe people behind. No matter how Commander Shua angrily rebuked, there was no more movement this time. Damn it! Kid, I'll take care of you first. Commander Shua's heart immediately became furious when his clan member revealed such an appearance. He turned around and a pair of icy cold eyes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's body. He was about to attack. Commander Shue, if you want to attack the people on this island, you should ask me first. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan was one step faster. His body flashed and he was already in front of Commander Shue. Wang Ziyuan, you want to stop me? Do you think I can't do it? Wang Ziyuan smiled faintly. There was some confidence in his smile. You want to fight with me now? Commander Shue's face became completely gloomy. There was already a trace of murderous intent in his words. However, even so, Wang Ziyuan still pursed his lips and smiled, saying, Commander Shue, you don't have to put on airs with me. Your cultivation has indeed improved over the years. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. I can't deny this. However, as of now, you are still not my opponent. You. Hearing this, Commander Shue's face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. He waved his right arm that was full of muscles fiercely and attacked Wang Ziyuan, who was in front of him. Bang! However, accompanied by a muffled sound, Wang Ziyuan relied on his own cultivation to forcefully block Commander Shue's punch with one hand. Immediately, his arms shook and Do Qi poured out, causing Commander Shue to retreat half a step. How is it? Do you still plan to attack? Wang Ziyuan slowly withdrew his palm that had collided with Commander Shue. His entire palm had turned completely red and there was a slight tremble. The two of them had been chasing each other for many years, causing the difference in cultivation between Commander Shue and him to no longer be obvious. As a member of the Sea Serpent tribe, the former had a natural advantage. In terms of strength, he was far superior to ordinary opponents of the same level. Now, even Wang Ziyuan did not have much confidence in fighting him. At this moment, what he relied on was the difference in temperament between the two of them. Wang Ziyuan. Buzz. Just as a shocking roar was emitted from Commander Shue's mouth, a powerful aura once again swept out from within Wang Ziyuan's body. The crazy killing intent that surfaced in the latter's eyes also swiftly disappeared like floodwaters at this moment. If you wish to attack, I am happy to accompany you. A calm voice was once again spat out from Wang Ziyuan's mouth. However, Commander Shue's face twitched. His gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and the tribe members behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If the selection ended like this, he would definitely be reprimanded by his superiors when he returned. However, as of now, the selection could not continue. If he were to go overboard and force these fellows to attack, it was likely that it would cause them to be even more terrified in their hearts. The harm this would bring would only be greater. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ziyuan in front of him quietly withdrew the aura that he had released. The corners of his mouth contained a slight smile. With his understanding of Wang Ziyuan over the years, he could already imagine the outcome of this matter. Indeed, 15 minutes later. Humph. Wang Ziyuan, there will definitely be an end between you and me. As for you. His extremely cold gaze swept across Wang Ziyuan's body. After that, Commander Shue's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. Human brat, I will remember today's debt. If I meet you again in the future, be careful of your life. Let's go. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Commander Shui turned around with a heart full of anger. He led the group of Sea clan members behind him in the direction that they came from and walked unwillingly in the direction that they came from. Wait a minute. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. In the eyes of everyone on the island, including Wang Ziyuan, he stopped Commander Shui. What else do you want to do? His dark and cold eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body the moment he turned around. The latter merely smiled faintly and ignored him. After which, he said, "Don't worry. Commander Shui, you seem to have forgotten about them." As he spoke, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The frozen Sea clan members and those who had fainted on the island below immediately turned into streaks of flowing light. They swarmed forward and viciously smashed towards Commander Shui. The corners of Commander Shue's mouth twitched. He felt extremely helpless in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous amount of Genesis chi suddenly swept outwards. After shattering the ice with one blow, he finally caught the Sea clan members one by one. Then, he viciously threw these people who had completely fainted into the group of Sea clan members behind him. It was unknown who he was cursing at, but with a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the depths of the North Sea with a butt full of dust. Chapter 10-12. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. You guys, don't always look at your own people. haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiao Yan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? This kid isn't simple either. Another genius, and from the looks of it, there's definitely going to be a battle between two dragons. As they eyed Xiao Yan on the open ground, the mouths of all the elders could not help but click their tongues and exclaim in amazement. At the same time, those pairs of deep old eyes also revealed some anticipation. A battle between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiao Yan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiao Yan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiao Yan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiao Yan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Hai Machin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Hai Machin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Hai Machin was. It was only when Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, they would be able to see the entire Beihai College. If Hai Machin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above him. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiao Yan to withdraw his gaze. Humph, with a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiao Yan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hai Machin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiao Yan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" "Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back." "Okay." In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiao Yan did not show any weakness. It was just one word, but it seemed to contain some kind of power, which set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the tutors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. "I am Shui Miao from Beihai College." The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fists at Xiao Yan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiao Yan imitated the former's tone and reported his name. "I am Xiao Yan." Chapter 10:13. At this moment, a couple of figures were suspended in midair on the surface of the endless sea. They were facing each other. Looking at the four figures that had suddenly appeared around him, one could recognize that these four people were members of the sea serpent tribe from the snake tails of the other party. At this moment, the four of them were blocking Xiao Yan's path from four different directions. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to openly rob him. "Ha ha ha, brat, you were actually lucky enough to dodge that attack from earlier. However, it's fine. We will spare your life. Now, remove the spiritual imprint on your storage ring and hand it to us. This way, you will be able to leave alive." There was a strange laugh. These four people did not beat around the bush. However, Xiao Yan, who had heard these words, sized up the four of them in an indescribable manner. For 7-star Do Di. This kind of strength could not be considered strong in the Northern Sea. When placed in the sea serpent tribe, they were the lowest class people. The training resources they had were definitely limited. Therefore, they chose this method in order to allow their own training to advance. However, it was a pity that the four of them were bound to fail today. "Brat, did you hear what the Great Me said?" Seeing that Xiao Yan in front of them did not make the slightest movement and was even looking at them with a mocking expression, the expressions on the faces of the four people immediately became gloomy. They angrily reprimanded and one of them waved two sharp claws. Under the cover of Do Chi, the claws viciously hacked at Xiao Yan's head. The sharp claws emitted a sharp piercing sound as they cut through the empty space. The invisible space also became distorted because of this. A biting cold wind cut through the empty space like a sharp blade. Although it was still half a meter away from Xiao Yan's head, the wind had already landed on Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was indifferent in the face of this. The other three people around him laughed mockingly. They treated it as Xiao Yan being stunned by the former's attack. However, when the claws arrived in front of Xiao Yan, the latter finally lifted his right hand at a steady pace and gently touched the former. "Hey, this brat is really seeking death. He actually dares to use his hand to block. It is likely that he has been completely scared silly." Ha 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 ha, mocking laughter was emitted from the mouths of the surrounding people. Even the 7-star Do Di who was close to Xiao Yan at this moment revealed a disdainful smile on his face. However, the moment Xiao Yan's hand made contact with the claw, the smile that was lifted on the corner of the former's mouth instantly stiffened. After which, it gradually disappeared and turned into horror. At the moment when Xiao Yan's delicate white hand collided with the other party's sharp and imposing hand claw, Xiao Yan twisted his wrist. Like a soft and agile snake, he instantly restrained the wrist of the person in front of him. A frightening force erupted from the tip of his finger. The latter's face immediately became distorted. An intense pain was transmitted from his wrist. The frightening strength had nearly crushed his wrist. Xiao Yan smiled as he glanced at the latter. He was wearing clothes and appeared harmless to both humans and animals. How could an ordinary person imagine that he actually possessed such a frightening strength when they saw him? With a gentle twist of his wrist, the body of the person in front of him also began to twist uncontrollably. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would crush his wrist. Ah, a sharp miserable cry was emitted. The latter's entire face appeared unusually distorted. When the other three people around him recovered, their expressions changed drastically. They were about to attack Xiao Yan. If you dare to move, be careful that I will break his arm. As he spoke with a smile, Xiao Yan gently raised his hand. The latter immediately let out a sharp cry. At the same time, the other three people also frowned. The dou qi that had just surged out of their bodies once again dimmed. What do you want? The three of them frowned and glanced at their companions. Only then did they speak to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. Cuckoo, you really don't waste any time. I like this. Xiao Yan smiled. He was completely unconcerned about the dark and cold gazes of the three people. He immediately opened his mouth to speak. I can let this guy go. I can also treat the matter earlier as if it never happened. However, I want you to do something for me. What is it? The three of them frowned, looked at each other, and asked curiously. Lead the way. Use the fastest speed to bring me to Beihai College. Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were all a little stunned in their hearts. So the reason why this guy in front of them had been wandering around the sea for so long was because he couldn't find Beihai College. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but want to laugh. However, in the end, they still managed to hold it in. After a little hesitation, their gazes once again returned to the person who was currently being restrained by Xiao Yan. They said in a deep voice, Okay, we can bring you to Beihai College. However, you have to let him go first. Okay, but I'll warn you in advance. It's best not to do anything stupid. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. Then, he casually let go of the person in his hand. After being freed, this guy also returned to the four people with a panicked face. After confirming that he was fine, the four of them smiled and looked at Xiao Yan. They nodded and said, You are very trustworthy, so, it's your turn. Xiao Yan smiled. However, the smiles that hung on the faces of the four people in front of him a moment ago instantly disappeared the next moment. Instead, their faces were filled with ferocious smiles. But unfortunately, we have never been trustworthy. At the same time, the four people's figures had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Dou qi gushed out and fiercely fell on the latter's body. Brat, you must remember in your next life, don't be so easily trustworthy with anyone. Qi. After that, the four people's joint attack penetrated Xiao Yan's body. However, something strange happened again. The combined attack of the four of them did not create any ripples. Xiao Yan's body actually shattered like a thin piece of paper. Immediately, he swiftly disappeared from the sky. What? The pupils of the four people suddenly shrunk. Their hearts were even more shocked. No matter what, they never thought that Xiao Yan's movement would be so strange and terrifying. It's an afterimage. Almost at the same time that the four people were speechless, Xiao Yan's figure appeared behind the four of them. He raised his right hand and a huge spiritual strength condensed into an invisible big hand. After that, it suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the four people's bodies. Heaven-reaching hand. Following that, a muffled bang was emitted. The four people's bodies were instantly smashed into the sea below. The frightening strength actually caused the originally calm sea surface to fiercely sink. This also caused the four people's bodies to fall below the surface of the sea, but their bodies did not touch the sea water at all. Without waiting for them to catch their breath, Xiao Yan withdrew his hand. The four people's bodies were immediately pulled back in front of Xiao Yan uncontrollably. A frightening spiritual pressure descended on the hearts of the four people. Endless fear caused them to hold their breaths in concentration. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. I already told you not to do stupid things, but you just didn't listen. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and sighed. He did not let go of the four people. His face was cold as he said in a deep voice. How is it? Are you willing to cooperate with me now? The four people were suppressed by the spiritual pressure above their heads until they were unable to speak. However, They hurriedly nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. They did not dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. I hope that the matter just now will not happen a second time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will still be able to live like you are now the next time. The ice-cold words were slowly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Once was enough for these people. If they still dared to have other thoughts, he did not mind killing them. As for the matter of finding the Beihai College, at the very most, he could slowly search for it himself. Fortunately, after being suppressed twice in a row, the four of them finally understood from the bottom of their hearts that this seemingly kind black-robed young man was actually a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The four of them were actually unable to last even one exchange in his hands. Just think about it. How was this something that an ordinary elite Dodi could achieve? With this thought in mind, the following process was naturally much simpler. Under Xiao Yan's suppression, the four of them did not dare to make any small movements. With them leading the way, Xiao Yan's following journey was naturally much easier. Half a month quickly passed. At this moment, according to what the four of them had said, Xiao Yan was only around 10 days away from the Beihai College. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to secretly heat up. Unknowingly, the distance between him and Hai Machin was actually becoming smaller and smaller. However, it was also at this moment that an intense collision sound came from the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan's group. It suddenly pulled Xiao Yan back from his momentary imagination. Perhaps it was because his group was hurrying, but the distance between Xiao Yan and the source of the sound was also swiftly closing. What happened? Xiao Yan frowned and could not help but ask. The four people in front of him also looked over. Immediately, they respectfully replied to Xiao Yan, "Sir, there are people fighting in front. However, from the looks of it, they are only a couple of ordinary Dodi. It will not affect your journey." Although the four of them were under pressure from Xiao Yan during this half a month of hurrying, Xiao Yan was not stingy along the way. Instead, he gave them quite a number of medicinal pills. This also caused the four of them to be much more respectful to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. By relying on his own enormous spiritual strength, he had a better understanding of what was happening in the battleground. Among the 5 elite Dodi from the Sea Serpent tribe, the strongest was only a 6-star Dodi. The other 4 were human elite Dodi and the strongest among them was a 5-star Dodi. The disparity in strength between the two parties was already extremely large. At this moment, the 4 human Dodi were also seriously injured and were about to be defeated. The key point was that the 4 human elite Dodi were women while the other party was 5 men from the Sea Serpent tribe. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of situation they would face if they were to fall into the hands of the latter. Very quickly, this group of people had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group. Among the 4 human elite Dodi, a woman who was the leader saw Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, from a distance. Immediately, her charging body became much faster. She hurriedly cried out as she led the 3 young ladies who were seriously injured behind her. "The friend in front, please lend a hand and save us. After this, I will definitely repay you generously." However, after the cry was emitted from her mouth, the 5 people who were chasing behind her swiftly flashed and caught up. They surrounded her from both sides and blocked her path. At the same time, Xiao Yan's group also arrived in front of her. "Hee, all of you are actually thinking of escaping after being chased here by us. What wishful thinking." The eyes of the beautiful woman, who was the leader of the 4, were filled with despair when she saw that her path forward had been sealed. Immediately, she could only place all her hopes on Xiao Yan. However, her heart once again sank when her gaze noticed the 4 people from the Sea Serpent tribe who were following closely behind Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to protect themselves, but even that black-robed person had also fallen into the trap. Hee, I was still wondering who it was. It is actually a human brat who has been captured. Xiao Yan was unconcerned when he heard these words. The 4 people behind him glanced at the latter with cold gazes, indicating that he should not say anything more. The latter also smiled awkwardly when he saw this. His gaze immediately turned around and landed on the 4 women in front of him. He spoke with a lewd smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. It has been a long time since the few of us have tasted meat. Today, we shall use the few of you to have a taste and satisfy our cravings. He, you few bastards. If you dare to touch even a strand of our hair, the Academy will definitely not let you off. The pale white face of the beautiful woman among the 4 women immediately sank when she heard the obscenities that were spat out from the mouth of the 6-star Dodi. She let out a hoarse roar. He, we have forced all of you here. Do you think that we are afraid of being investigated by the Beihai College? The Northern Sea is so big. As long as all of you are dead, they will not be able to investigate even if they want to. He. The furious roar of the beautiful woman was exchanged with a cold sneer from the 6-star Dodi. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the 4 women in front of him immediately revealed an expression of despair. This was especially true for the 3 young ladies behind the beautiful woman. Their originally pale pretty faces had become deathly white because of these words. However, almost at the same time these words were spoken, Xiao Yan, who should have been passing by them, suddenly stopped his slow flying body at this moment. His body slowly turned around and his surprised gaze landed on the bodies of the 4 women. He asked in a doubtful voice, "What are you talking about? Are all of you from the Beihai College?" Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly turn around, the beautiful woman and the 3 young ladies behind her were slightly startled. They did not know why this person dared to open his mouth and ask them when he was clearly unable to protect himself. The doubt in her heart only flashed for an instant. Soon after, the beautiful woman clenched her teeth and gently nodded her head. She only hoped that a miracle would appear at this crucial moment and save them from the hands of this group of people in front of them. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. He immediately smiled and said, "Since that is the case, all of you can follow me." Chapter 10:14. When Xiao Yan's words sounded, not only were the 4 women startled, but even the 5 experts from the Sea clan, who were currently surrounding them, involuntarily revealed startled expressions. Immediately, they emitted a loud mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. You are really the most arrogant person that I have ever seen in my life. You are already at death's door and can't even protect yourself, yet you actually dare to speak such disrespectful words and utter such laughable words. Xiao Yan was indifferent in the face of this. He continued to wear a smile as he looked at the beautiful woman. He knew that any action of these 4 people depended on her. Seeing Xiao Yan's smiling face, the beautiful woman and the other 3 young ladies beside her were somewhat speechless. They exchanged glances with one another. Their hearts were filled with both worry and anticipation. After hesitating for a moment, the beautiful woman finally clenched her teeth. She pulled up the 3 young ladies beside her and cautiously looked at the 5 people around her. Her body swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan. Capture all of them. The 6-star Dodi among the 5 immediately cried out an order when he saw that the 4 of them were actually about to flee. The other 4 people around him also moved in unison. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly rushed toward the 4 women who were currently charging toward Xiao Yan to block them. As for Xiao Yan, he had the 4 7-star Dodi beside him. These 5 people naturally ignored him. Seeing the 5 people once again close in on them, the hearts of the 4 women were once again covered with a layer of fear. They could only use all their strength and push out the little do chi in their bodies to the limit in hopes that they would be able to dodge the attacks of these 5 people. However, reality was not so beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people around them had already appeared beside the 4 women. They grabbed one in each hand without any pity. The despair in their hearts once again rose at this moment. Soon after, everyone in the square heard a soft rushing wind sound. The 4 women in the square were shocked to discover that the black-robed young man, who had been over 100 feet away from them a moment ago, had actually appeared in front of them at this moment. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura also surged out from the latter's body like a storm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan's right hand clenched in the air the moment he appeared. The huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze was cold as it swept over the 5 people in front of him. The huge ruler in his hand also violently swept in front of him with the support of Do Qi. The huge ruler swept past before it was quickly withdrawn by Xiao Yan. From the moment Xiao Yan appeared to the moment he attacked to the moment he withdrew the heavy Xian ruler, this series of actions merely took less than an instant. However, the bodies of the 5C clan experts in front of him appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. They flew back uncontrollably until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did they grit their teeth and stabilize their bodies. Soon after, their eyes that were filled with fury looked at the 4-7-star Do Di. What is the meaning of this? How can you leave this fellow alone? He is your prey. However, the 4-7-star Do Di faced each other in the face of his furious roar. After exchanging glances with one another, they gently shook their heads. They used a pitiful gaze to look at the latter. Their bodies did not advance but instead withdrew. They actually withdrew from the battleground. These four people had a deep understanding of how frightening Xiao Yan was. The former had said that Xiao Yan was their prey. However, only they were clearly aware that the relationship between them and Xiao Yan was that of a captive. Even if one were to say that they were prey, it could only be said that the four of them were Xiao Yan's prey. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. That 6-star Do Di viciously cursed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan. However, the latter did not bother about them at this moment. Instead, he turned around and distributed the 4 medicinal pills to the 4 people in front of him. Only after they swallowed the medicinal pills did he look at the 5 of them. A cold expression surfaced in his dark black eyes. Attack together. Kill this fellow. With a low cry, the 5 experts from the Sea Serpent tribe moved in unison. They violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Surging Do Qi surged out from within their bodies. With a twist of their wrists, a sharp blade immediately appeared in their hands. With the support of the Do Qi, the sharp blade easily cut through the empty space. An incomparably sharp aura caused one to tremble even though it was not cold. Sir, be careful. There is a 6-star Do Di among them. The beautiful woman behind Xiao Yan hurriedly warned Xiao Yan when she saw the 5 of them charging over once again. However, her words had just sounded when the 5 of them had already appeared around Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. The weapons in their hands contained a cold glint as each of them violently pierced toward the vital points on Xiao Yan's body. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of such a close-range attack. His body was like a ghost as it swiftly shuttled between the 5 of them. The speed of his agility was something that the 5 of them could not compare with no matter how they tried. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's 2 hands had already been placed on the shoulders of 2 of the 5 people. The moment the 2 of them sensed the aura behind them and turned their gazes around, the pupils in their eyes suddenly shrunk. Before they could let out an exclamation, Xiao Yan's 2 hands had already unceremoniously slammed into their chests. Bang! A muffled bang sounded. There seemed to be the sound of some bones being broken. Soon after, the 2 elite Do Di's bodies flew back like broken sacks. However, before they could do anything, another 2 bang sounds appeared one after another. The other 2 figures also flew back. It was only at this moment that the 6-star Do Di among the 5 of them finally recovered with a heart filled with shock. His gaze looked around him, only to discover that he was the only one left out of the 5 of them in the blink of an eye. What? In addition to his shock, he hurriedly turned his gaze around. However, a white palm had appeared in his line of sight, blocking all of his vision. He could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly pierced the sharp blade in his hand forward. However, the person in front of him moved much faster than him. His thumb bent and gently flicked the latter's head. Immediately, a frightening energy poured out like a destructive storm and poured into his body. His pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Immediately, they gradually enlarged. At the same time, the life in his entire body also disappeared without a trace. However, until this moment, the beautiful woman and the 3 young ladies behind Xiao Yan were still in a deep state of shock and dullness. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that a black-robed young man, whose appearance was clearly similar to the 3 young ladies, would actually possess such a frightening strength. This was really unbelievable. Chapter 10-15. After killing 5 Dodi in one fell swoop, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze and looked at the 4 women in front of him. With the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan gave them, the originally weak aura in their bodies quickly calmed down. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were still immersed in the shocking scene from before and were unable to recover for a long time. It was only after Xiao Yan's gaze had been fixed on them for a long time that the beautiful woman was the first to recover. Then, she hurriedly pulled the 3 girls beside her and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. "Thank you, mister, for saving us. When we return to the college, we will definitely repay you generously." "Hee, no need to thank me. I just didn't expect that you were actually people from Beihai College." Xiao Yan smiled slightly, his eyes carrying some anticipation. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in front of him was immediately startled. Thinking back to Xiao Yan's previous question, she finally understood in her heart that the reason why the latter had saved them was because they were people from Beihai College. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman felt a little awkward in her heart, but at the same time, she also felt a little lucky. Today, if it weren't for the reputation of Beihai College behind them, the 4 of them might really have fallen here. Could it be that Mr. is also a person from Beihai College? Looking at Xiao Yan's young face in front of her, the beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. Speaking of strong people with such a young appearance, it wasn't that the college didn't have such a strong person, it was just that they had never seen one before. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yan was actually so young, and that his cultivation was so terrifyingly strong, they couldn't help but connect the dots. However, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not a person from Beihai College. It's just that there is an old friend of mine in Beihai College." This so-called old friend naturally referred to Haimachan. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes showed even more surprise. He was not a student of Beihai College, but he was able to have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. This alone was enough to prove how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Xiao Yan spoke a few more words with the beautiful woman in front of him, and the former even took the initiative to offer to lead the way. Regarding this point, Xiao Yan was naturally clear in his heart. These 4 people were all injured, and their cultivation was not tyrannical. Therefore, he was worried that similar situations might occur in the following journey. In order to avoid trouble, it was undoubtedly best if they could travel together with Xiao Yan in front of them. When the beautiful woman said this, the 3 girls behind her also blinked their watery beautiful eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. There was a flicker of light in the depths of their bright eyes. People who were strong would always have some inexplicable charm. The powerful strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already caused these 3 young girls to be moved. When they saw Xiao Yan smiling and nodding his head, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Subsequently, Xiao Yan turned to look at the 4 people from the Sea clan not far away. The latter noticed Xiao Yan's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Xiao Yan. When the 4 women saw this scene, they were even more surprised in their hearts. "You can leave now. These pills will be your reward." During the half a month of leading the way, these guys could be considered diligent and had saved Xiao Yan a lot of time. Of course, these 4 guys also coveted Xiao Yan's pills. At this moment, when they saw the bottle of pills in Xiao Yan's hand, they hurriedly received it. At the same time, their eyes revealed a look of reluctance. As for whether they were reluctant to part with Xiao Yan or the pills in their hands, it was unknown. Although they were unwilling, the 4 of them still respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. Then, they returned in the direction they came from. Xiao Yan also turned around with a smile. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman, he quickly flew in the direction of Beihai College. Along the way, the beautiful woman carefully inquired about Xiao Yan's purpose in coming to Beihai College. After all, it was too casual for them to let him into the college so easily just because he was an old friend. Beihai College was the highest institution in the Yuanwu continent. All the students came from all corners of the continent, and there was no lack of people with powerful backgrounds. Once an outsider intervened and something happened, even their college could not easily bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the other party's purpose was for entering the college, and what the reason was, they had to ask clearly. However, in the face of the beautiful woman's careful interrogation, Xiao Yan answered vaguely and avoided most of the questions. This made the former feel particularly helpless. She could not help but feel a little regretful in her heart. Did she not consider too much when she asked the latter to return to the college with them? However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan raised a question that caused the pretty woman to be surprised. May I ask if teacher Lu Xian, the dean of Beihai College, Haimachan, is currently in the college? When these words came out, Lu Xian's slightly pale face could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. She did not expect Xiao Yan to be able to call out the dean's name. It must be known that even some students who had stayed in the college for a few years might not know their dean's name. Haimachan. Who is that? At the side, the three girls who did not hear Xiao Yan's question clearly immediately voiced out their doubts. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't know either. I'm not sure about that either. The headmaster is always elusive, and many people in the academy haven't seen him for years or even decades. Even some of the academy's elders with high authority are the same. After hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. If this was the case, then the chances of seeing Haimachan on this trip were very slim. If you are in a hurry to find him, you can try to find someone. Maybe he knows where the dean is. Seeing the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face, Lu Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking again. Oh, who? He raised his eyebrows. To know something that even the college elders did not know, this person was probably extraordinary. The number one person among all the students of Beihai College, Shui Miao. He is the only student who has personally seen the dean in the past 10 years. When these words came out, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. This meant that Haimachan recognized the latter's talent and ability. Xiao Yan naturally knew Haimachan's identity very well. Anyone who could be recognized by him was definitely the best among the younger generation. If there were no accidents, there would definitely be a place for him on this continent in the future. Shui Miao, huh? It seems that it is necessary to meet him. Chapter 10:16. A week later, a huge group of islands appeared in the distance in Xiao Yan's group's line of sight. According to Lu Xian, this was the main island of Beihai College. It was located in the middle of this group of islands. The largest island was the island where Beihai College had been established. Looking from afar, the main island of Beihai College was like a huge pagoda that stood in the vast sea. The lush green mountains emitted a rich life force. The pavilions built on the cliffs were almost hidden in the clouds, causing the entire island to appear like a paradise on earth. If one could sense such a scene from afar, one would not know what it would be like when one approached. Very soon, Xiao Yan's group of 5 arrived in front of the archipelago. The closer they were to the archipelago, the more beautiful the scene in front of them became. One could bluntly say that such a scene was extremely rare even in this world. Xiao Yan's heart gradually heated up as he looked at the lush green mountains in front of him and the mist that lingered in the forest. He had finally arrived at Beihai College. However, there were already people on the island who had noticed Xiao Yan's arrival at the same time that he arrived at this place. A huge statue stood at the top of a towering mountain on the main island of Beihai College. The highest point of the statue had already penetrated through the layers of clouds in the sky and was exposed to the 9 heavens. At this moment, there was a wooden pavilion at the top of the statue. There was a square table with 2 exquisite wooden teacups on it. The fragrance of tea lingered, forming a thin layer of mist that gradually spread in all directions. 2 figures were seated at the 2 ends of the wooden table. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an aged face. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that his appearance was exactly the same as Guyu. This person was the ultimate target of Xiao Yan's trip to the Northern Sea, Haimachan. At this moment, the person seated opposite him was a black-robed old man with a somewhat aged face that gave off a domineering aura. His square face was filled with fierce-looking muscles. A pair of deep eyes stared at the teacups on the table in front of him. A trace of tiredness was unknowingly revealed in his eyes. Old fellow, you have been waiting here for a few months. What are you waiting for? If you don't say anything, I will return. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea has opened. Those brats have already entered. Previously, I vaguely sensed that the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was a little unstable. I don't know what's the situation now. The black-robed old man could not help but yawn. Haha, I did not say that I would not allow you to leave. You were the one who came here on your own accord. You even drank a few pots of my good tea. Now, you are blaming me. Machin teased. It was as though he was waiting for the person in front of him to leave. Don't think that I can't tell. How can I not understand you after so many years? The black-robed old man curled his lips and continued. I have already sensed that something was wrong with you a few years ago. You seem to be waiting for something. In particular, you have not left the academy for the past few months. You seem to be increasingly anxious and uneasy. The old man lifted his deep eyes. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at Machin. His heart was filled with doubt and a great uneasiness. For some reason, he sensed that this old fellow, who had accompanied him for an unknown number of years, was about to leave. Haha, that's right. I have waited for 1,000 years. This day has finally arrived. Machin smiled brightly. His smile was somewhat free and easy. However, almost at the same time, the expression of the black-robed old man opposite him abruptly changed. Machin's words seemed to have allowed him to understand a lot. You are saying that person has arrived? He is already at the foot of the mountain. I believe that you will see him soon. Soon after, the two of them swept their eyes downwards. With their cultivation, everything that happened on the island was reflected in their eyes. Heavenly flame, it's the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, was still able to hide it a little in the eyes of others. However, in the eyes of these two people, it appeared as though he had been stripped from inside out. Everything was revealed in the eyes of these two people. That's right. He has already found Guyu. Naturally, it will be me next. The reason why he came to the Northern Sea is because I am here. Machin smiled. He naturally thought of Guyu when the bone-chilling flame was mentioned. What do you plan to do? Go with him? This is my duty. I established the academy just to wait for this day to come. However, if this brat wants me to go with him, he will have to show me sufficient strength. Machin teased. He seemed to have thought of something. You are talking about Shui Miao? That brat is indeed a good seedling. Moreover, the faction behind him seems to be extraordinary. The black-robed old man pondered for a moment before he thought of the young man who had impressed Machin. Haha, let's wait and see. I believe that there will be a good show waiting for us. At the same time, Xiao Yan had already reached the island. Under the guidance of Lu Xian, he quickly flew toward the peak of the mountain on the island. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan and Lu Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge plaza at the peak of the mountain. On both sides of the plaza were large groups of buildings that surrounded the entire mountain. At this moment, there was a protruding mountain rock opposite the plaza in front of Xiao Yan and Lu Xian. The mountain rock had been cut into a platform at a height of 20 to 30 feet. There was an extremely large white statue on the platform. The statue stood at the peak of the mountain and reached into the clouds. Although one could not see the statue's face clearly, one could see that the statue's hands were placed in front of its chest and formed a strange hand seal. However, when Xiao Yan saw the huge statue for the first time, the expression in his pitch-black eyes suddenly froze. The statue's appearance was almost the same as the one he had seen in Guyu's cave. The only difference was that the hand seals formed by the statue's hands were different. Tu Shi ancient god, Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. He could not help but be surprised that he was able to see the Tu Shi ancient god statue again. The two of them seemed to have been prepared beforehand. His gaze moved. There were many stone platforms floating around the statue. Each stone platform was connected by chains that extended beyond the clouds. Those stone platforms seemed to be stairs that led to the top of the statue. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling curious in his heart, a middle-aged man walked toward the two of them from a certain spot in the open ground. At the same time, the latter's bell-like, solemn voice was transmitted over. Beihai College is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Please leave. Chapter 10:17. His heavy voice reverberated across the square like the ringing of a bell. Immediately, it attracted the attention of some of the young students in the square. The middle-aged man's agility was extremely swift. By the time Xiao Yan and Lu Xian beside him turned their heads to look, the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of the two of them. This unexpected speed caused even Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily tremble. Such a frightening speed meant that this person was likely an origin transformation expert. When Lu Xian saw the person who had arrived, a respectful expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly described what had happened on the sea a few days ago to the person in front of her. Only when the middle-aged man heard this did his originally stern expression soften slightly. At the same time, his gaze that landed on Xiao Yan also contained some surprise. Deacon Wu, Mr. Xiao Yan has come to my Beihai College in order to find an old friend of his. As a result, I brought him here to see if he could find that friend of his. The moment Lu Xian said these words, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became dull. Deacon. According to what Lu Xian had said, this origin transformation expert in front of him was only an ordinary deacon in Beihai College. In that case, just how strong and frightening would the strength of those in charge and the elders be? Oh. Old friend? Then may I ask who this little brother is looking for? What's his name? I basically know all the students in the school. As long as you can tell me his name, I will definitely be able to help you find him. Deacon Wu raised his eyebrows slightly. He curiously looked at Xiao Yan and asked with a smile. Xiao Yan gently shook his head when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and said, Senior, the person this junior is looking for is not a student of the school. Oh. In that case, it's a teacher or an elder. That's even more convenient. There are many students in the school. Even if you tell me his name, it will be difficult to find him in a short amount of time. If it's a teacher or something like that, I have complete confidence that I can help you find him. As he spoke, Deacon Wu patted his chest with a smile. His face was filled with confidence and did not seem to be fake. In response, Xiao Yan also held on to a feeling of expectation. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Deacon Wu and said with a smile, Senior, thank you. Then I will thank you in advance. The person I am looking for is the Dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. As soon as these words left his mouth, whether it was Lu Xian beside Xiao Yan or Deacon Wu in front of him, the expression on their faces instantly froze. Deacon Wu's originally confident smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief. Even Lu Xian was extremely surprised. Although she had heard Xiao Yan ask about Hai Machin before, she had never thought that the so-called old friend the latter mentioned was actually the dean of Beihai College. This was really inconceivable. At this time, Deacon Wu's heart was also filled with regret. A moment ago, he had confidently answered the latter, but in the next moment, Xiao Yan's answer was like a clap of thunder, causing him to suddenly be at a loss. Hai Machin, the supreme dean of Beihai College, had been a particularly mysterious figure since the establishment of the college. All the mentor-level figures in Beihai College knew of Hai Machin's existence, but there were very few people who had actually seen him. Unfortunately, Deacon Wu had never seen Hai Machin. Since he had entered the college, he had heard a lot about Hai Machin. The latter's powerful cultivation made him yearn for it. However, as time passed, he had never seen the latter's figure. Even if he had heard several times that Hai Machin had returned to the college, he had only heard of his voice but had not seen his figure. At times, he even suspected whether such a person really existed in the college. Was there really such an expert guarding the college? From this, one could see how mysterious Hai Machin was. Even the people in the college did not know where he was. It was easier said than done to find him. This little brother, may I know what is your relationship with our dean? It was a long while later before Deacon Wu slowly opened his mouth with some hesitation. From his expression, one could tell that he was at a loss. An old friend's disciple. Xiao Yan smiled as he spoke. The so-called old friend was naturally Gu Yu. Since Xiao Yan had come to the Yuanwu continent, Gu Yu had taught him many things. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan could be considered half a disciple of Gu Yu. Deacon Wu's expression immediately became even uglier when he heard these words. His heart was filled with bitterness. It was only a long while later that he laughed dryly with a burning face. Little brother Xiao Yan, it is not that I want to deceive you, but I do not know where the dean is. Even some of the elders in the college do not know. Therefore, I hope that you can understand. Even with his cultivation at the origin transformation stage, Deacon Wu could not help but feel a little apprehensive when he heard that Gu Yu was the disciple of Hai Machen's old friend. After all, for someone to be known as Hai Machen's old friend, there was no need to think too much about the cultivation of Xiao Yan's teacher. If he offended Xiao Yan, it would be equivalent to offending his teacher. At the same time, it would be equivalent to offending Hai Machen. Xiao Yan immediately became depressed when he heard Deacon Wu's words. The latter's answer was just as Lu Xian had said. Even the elders in the college did not know where Hai Machen was. You wish to find the dean. However, it was also at this moment that a clear voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The gazes of everyone on the square immediately began to look all around. Very quickly, someone's gaze noticed a figure that had suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The figure wore the uniform of a student. He had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. When everyone noticed his figure, the figure slowly descended. He stood on the ground not far from Xiao Yan and the others. It was only now that everyone could clearly see his appearance. The man's jet black hair was tied behind his back. It was as smooth as silk. Under his thick black eyebrows were two enchanting pitch black eyes that seemed to be inlaid with gemstones. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, making his eyes seem even more charming. His red lips were slightly pursed, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. There was an indescribable sense of confidence in him, causing his aura to rise once again. With just a glance, people could not help but sigh in amazement. His appearance was imposing, high-spirited, and valiant. When this man appeared, Xiao Yan had already placed all of his attention on him. Both of his eyes narrowed as they stared intently at the latter. A long while later, he finally slowly said, "Don't underestimate me. You are the current number 1 person in Beihai College, Shui Miao?" "That's right." Chapter 10:18. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. Hee, you guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiao Yan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? Heh, this kid isn't simple either. Another genius. And from the looks of it, there will definitely be a clash between the two dragons. The various elders could not help but click their tongues in amazement as they stared at Xiao Yan on the plaza. At the same time, some expectation appeared in their deep, old eyes. A clash between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiao Yan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiao Yan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiao Yan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiao Yan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Hai Machin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Hai Machin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Hai Machin was. It was only when Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms, then. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, it was enough to see the entire Beihai College. If Hai Machin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiao Yan to withdraw his gaze. Humph, with a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiao Yan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hai Machin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiao Yan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then, he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back. Okay. In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiao Yan did not show any weakness. Just one word, as if it contained some kind of power, set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the mentors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. I'm Shui Miao from Beihai College. The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fist to Xiao Yan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiao Yan also imitated the former's tone and reported his name. I'm Xiao Yan. Chapter 10:19. If you can defeat me in 100 exchanges, you will be able to see the headmaster. If you can't, you will leave. Shui Miao's clear shout reverberated across the plaza. With a thought, surging Do Qi immediately surged out from the vortex in his body. As his aura changed, the surrounding Genesis Qi also began to churn, transforming into a storm that lingered around Shui Miao's body. The appearance of this scene caused the faces of all the students and teachers present to reveal expressions of shock. Even the few elders in the distant building could not help but feel a wave of shock. Half-step to the origin transformation stage. This brat seems to be a little stronger than we expected. From the looks of his aura, I believe that he will be able to make an official breakthrough in less than half a year. To advance from a half-step emperor to the origin transformation stage in a short 10 years, this brat will likely become the first person in our academy to do so in the past 100 years. Shock was revealed on the faces of all the elders. Shui Miao's talent really surpassed that of an ordinary person. It was no wonder that even the headmaster favored him. Half-step to the origin transformation stage, Xiao Yan softly muttered. He could not help but feel shocked by Shui Miao's strength. Ever since he had roamed the continent, the Shui Miao before him could be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation he had seen. The two of them were of similar age, but the latter's cultivation had already reached such a level. Just this point alone was not something that Zhou Yuan could underestimate. I will definitely meet him. In just an instant, Xiao Yan had already recovered. He did not know whether to laugh or not. His feet gently stepped on the ground and the Do Qi within the vortex in his body abruptly swept out in all directions at this moment. Buzz! Two powerful auras suddenly collided in the plaza. Soon after, they turned into a storm that dissipated together. At almost the same time, the gazes of everyone in the plaza suddenly shifted from Shui Miao's body to Xiao Yan's. Shocked expressions were revealed on every face as disbelief filled their hearts. This guy, is only a 7-star Do Di? I was wondering what his cultivation level would be. In the end, he is only a 7-star Do Di. Even among us, there are quite a few people who can suppress him. To think that he dares to act so confident when facing senior Shui Miao. This guy is too arrogant. Such arrogant people should be taught a sufficient lesson. Today, senior Shui Miao will properly teach him a lesson. The surrounding students who were watching from the sidelines had faces full of ridicule as they watched Xiao Yan display his strength on the open ground. Their words were filled with cold laughter and ridicule. Even some of the instructors and deacons could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at him. Being able to raise his cultivation to a 7-star Do Di at such an age was extremely rare among these students. This also proved Xiao Yan's talent to them. However, Xiao Yan's arrogance would likely become a large obstacle on his path to growth. Of course, not everyone thought this way. At this moment, Lu Xian's face was filled with shock as she stared at Xiao Yan. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She had once personally witnessed Xiao Yan rely on his own strength to easily suppress 5 elite Do Di. Although the strongest person among the 5 of them was merely a 6-star Do Di, under normal circumstances, such a group was not something that a 7-star Do Di could easily finish off. However, when she looked at Xiao Yan again, Lu Xian recalled everything that had happened a couple of days ago. Even if all the instructors and students present thought that Xiao Yan was only a 7-star Do Di, she would definitely not think so. Before seeing the outcome of the matter, one could not make a rash comment. Even more so, one could not underestimate anyone because of appearances. The result of doing so would only bring about an unbearable blow to oneself. Therefore, while everyone present was laughing coldly and ridiculing Xiao Yan because of the aura that he had displayed, Shui Miao and those elders in the pavilion were staring at Xiao Yan in an extremely cautious manner. In the next moment, the battle officially began. Ha! The two people in the middle of the arena let out an explosive cry in unison. Their actions were completely in sync as they violently stomped on the ground. A frightening strength poured out at the same time. The arena shook intensely and actually caved in. The bodies of the two people also shot forward in a lightning-like manner. Bang! Their fists collided and the bodies of the two people were instantly fixed in the middle of the arena. A frightening energy storm immediately swept apart and destroyed the entire arena in an instant. In the middle of the arena, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao's eyes met. Their faces carried arrogant and unruly smiles. They were both members of the younger generation who were thought highly of. This was only the first time that the two of them had met, but they were already like fire and water. Humph. Shui Miao took half a step back after the punch landed. He clenched his right fist tightly and a surging water affinity Do Qi immediately surged out of his body and covered his entire arm. Soon after, he once again threw a punch violently toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was unwilling to be outdone. At the same time that his right fist was clenched tightly, a thick white flame covered his entire arm. The frighteningly high temperature actually caused the temperature of this place to rise significantly. Heavenly flame, huh? Shui Miao's eyes shrunk slightly. He could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. Bang! Soon after, an intense collision occurred once again. The energy wave formed by fire and water immediately swept to both sides with the two people in the middle. Immediately, the expressions of the instructors around the arena involuntarily changed. They hurriedly took a step forward. A substance-like Do Qi light barrier immediately rose from the ground and blocked the energy wave the moment it swept over. Even though this was the case, the sturdy Do Qi light barrier could not help but tremble intensely. Feeling the frightening aura that pounced from within the light barrier, the faces of all the students present involuntarily turned slightly pale. If it were not for the instructors blocking it, it was likely that they would have all fallen to the ground at this moment. In the collision just now, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao could be said to be evenly matched. The dispute between fire and water was ultimately unable to see an outcome. This also allowed them to understand that Xiao Yan was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, in the blink of an eye, those students who had previously boasted that they could easily suppress Xiao Yan had bitterly retreated at this moment. Xiao Yan and Shui Miao, who were in the middle of the arena, also shook their bodies. Do Qi poured out and the two of them withdrew respectively. You are indeed not as simple as you appear on the surface. You flatter me. You are not bad yourself. Xiao Yan gently clenched his fist and parted his mouth to laugh softly. There is no need to be happy too early. This is merely the first round. Again. Shui Miao similarly laughed coldly. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand. Do Qi surged and removed that numbness. Chapter 1020. As his Do Qi surged, blue water quickly condensed on the surface of Shui Miao's body and turned into an armor made of water. Following the agglomeration of the armor, the ground around Shui Miao's body was also covered by water. Even the air, which had become dry because of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, a moment ago, had once again become moist. Just the overflow of Do Qi could cause changes in the world. Shui Miao's title as the number 1 person in Beihai College was not just for show. As the armor condensed, Shui Miao's palm turned and the storage ring on his finger flashed. Immediately, a black spear appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a biting cold murderous aura spread out from it. However, from this aura, one could imagine how much blood this spear had been stained with. Let's see how you're going to defeat me within 100 rounds. Whale plundering spear, raging whale tsunami. Shui Miao's face was cold and his eyes were cold. With a twist of his wrist, the spear in his hand rotated. The tip of the spear landed on the ground and pierced into the water around him. Then, it swept across the water fiercely. The water splashed and condensed rapidly in midair. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge wave that blocked in front of Shui Miao. The latter's feet violently stomped on the ground. His body immediately rose and gently landed on the top of this enormous wave. The tip of the spear that was overflowing with a cold glow once again drew across the surface of the water. The wave immediately pounced towards Xiao Yan from all directions. "Can't I dodge it?" Looking at the huge wave that had covered more than half of the square in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He felt the turbulent aura coming from it and his heart was secretly in awe. With a thought, the majestic Do Qi in his body suddenly burst out. With a flip of his hand, the black dark heavy buster sword immediately fell into his hand. His left hand fiercely slashed across the body of the buster sword. The blazing white flame immediately climbed onto the buster sword. The blazing heat also spread out. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 1 buster sword. After swinging the buster sword, Xiao Yan's standing body suddenly twisted. Without hesitation, he turned around and swung another 2 buster sword. 3 majestic buster lights seemed to want to separate the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had all merged together. Outside the square, countless students revealed shocked faces as they watched the scene in front of them. The blood in their bodies also began to boil. A battle of water and fire. This could be said to be a battle between 2 old enemies. After the collision earlier, everyone present clearly understood that if the cultivations of these 2 people were to be compared, it would be impossible to determine the victor. Currently, the only thing that the 2 of them could compare was their own combat experience and the Do skills that they had grasped. In this kind of battle, rich combat experience and powerful Do techniques would undoubtedly become the key to determining victory or defeat. When the shocking huge wave that spanned across the plaza collided with the majestic ruler light that stood between heaven and earth, the entire plaza instantly quietened down. Everyone held their breaths in concentration as they stared fixedly at the center of the plaza, waiting for the next second to arrive. Boom! Soon after, blue and white lights intertwined and filled the entire square. In an instant, the vision of all the students outside the battlefield was blocked. They only heard a deafening explosion sound. Everyone's vision became unusually blurry. Only the instructors and the leaders of the various parties could still clearly see the situation of the battle. The frightening energy storm violently struck the energy barrier outside the square. The entire square trembled intensely. Everything within the battle circle had already been destroyed. When the dazzling light gradually dimmed, an intense sound of metal colliding was emitted from within the battle circle. Everyone looked over in the direction of the sound. They saw that within the battle circle, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao were both waving the weapons in their hands and clashing intensely with each other. In the air, Shui Miao held a long spear in his hand and displayed his spear technique. The sharp tip of the spear was like a poisonous snake as it swiftly pierced towards the vital parts of Xiao Yan's body. The tip of the spear easily tore through the air, bringing about an ear-piercing sonic boom as it rapidly approached Xiao Yan's throat. Facing Shui Miao's lightning-like attack, Xiao Yan did not show any signs of weakness. Even though the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was relatively larger, in Xiao Yan's hand, his brandishing was not the slightest bit slower than the long spear in Shui Miao's hand. Seeing that the tip of the spear was already in front of him, Xiao Yan waved the huge ruler in his hand and immediately blocked in front of him. In a burst of sparks, the long spear was blocked. Ding! However, immediately after, the tip of the spear strangely arrived at Xiao Yan's knee. The tip of the spear was swift and fierce as it ruthlessly swept across. However, it narrowly missed Xiao Yan's knee. Despite having dodged the tip of the spear, Xiao Yan's pants were easily torn apart by the sharp Do Qi that was contained on the tip of the spear. It even left behind a thin trace of blood on the skin under it. Feeling the slight chill from his knee, Xiao Yan suddenly swept his huge ruler horizontally and smashed it towards Shui Miao's head. The latter sneered and lifted his spear in an attempt to block Xiao Yan's attack. Clang! The moment the huge ruler and the spear collided, a frightening force suddenly poured out. Shui Miao's expression also changed drastically at this moment. He had never imagined that this attack from Xiao Yan would actually contain such a frightening force. The long spear was swiftly bent under the frightening strength. The entire body of the spear was smashed into an extremely strange and dangerous arc. The two rubbed against each other and sparks shot out. Only when Xiao Yan withdrew the enormous ruler did Shui Miao's body involuntarily take a couple of steps back. The long spear in his hand was still trembling intensely, causing both of his hands, which were holding the long spear, to swiftly become numb. Even the spot between his thumb and index finger had been shaken apart and fresh blood immediately surged. In this collision, Shui Miao had suffered a small loss. A large part of the reason could only be blamed on him underestimating his opponent and the strength contained in Xiao Yan's body. Humph, it's the 30th round. Again. Whale plundering spear, whale dragon appear. With a chill in his heart, Shui Miao no longer dared to be careless in front of Xiao Yan. His hand violently cut across the body of the spear and the trembling body of the spear immediately calmed down. With a thought, Do Qi surfaced on the long spear. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a ferocious beast that wrapped around the body of the spear and hid it within. It rushed out with the long spear, drawing an extremely strange arc in the air as it approached Xiao Yan's throat with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan's expression sunk as he sensed the frightening aura emitted from the ferocious beast. He could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. Holding the huge ruler in his hand, a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, he saw through the killing move hidden under the ferocious beast. While his body retreated, he lifted the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. Flames surged as he violently hacked a trajectory in front of him from top to bottom. As the huge ruler descended, a ferocious strength tore apart the illusionary figure of the ferocious beast. Following which, the ruler's strength did not diminish as it violently collided with the seemingly invisible tip of the spear below. The illusionary figure of the ferocious beast was instantly shattered. However, there was nothing below it. When the people outside the arena saw this, they could not help but feel anxious in their hearts. If Xiao Yan's attack missed, the price he would have to pay would not be easy to bear. However, in the next instant, under the broad blade of the heavy Xian ruler, the tip of the spear that carried a cold light suddenly appeared. After which, it violently collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Chapter 1021. Clang. As the ruler fell, the thick blade of the ruler violently collided with the tip of the spear. A powerful force immediately surged out. A dense white flame swiftly spread from the huge ruler and climbed onto the cold glint of the tip of the spear. However, at the same time, a vast and mighty water affinity Do Qi also pounced over and pounced into the flame without any hesitation, competing with each other. Besides this, the powerful force of the heavy ruler, supported by Xiao Yan's force, forcefully bent the spear. Shui Miao, who had attacked first, was sent flying back by Xiao Yan's heavy ruler, causing him to cut a rather sorry figure. Astonishment involuntarily flashed across Shui Miao's eyes at the fact that such a concealed attack had been detected by Xiao Yan. However, before he could ponder any further, the frightening force had already spread along the spear. Damn it, what frightening physical strength! A frightening force was transmitted from the spear once again, causing Shui Miao's arms to tremble uncontrollably. He tightly clenched his teeth, and as his expression changed, an even more turbulent Do Qi swept outwards. Even the surrounding Genesis Qi began to move along the spear, charging towards the raging thick white flames and the heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, Shui Miao's powerful half-step origin transformation stage strength was fully displayed. Humph! The trembling spear immediately stabilized under the cover of the boundless Do Qi. Soon after, a cold snort sounded as his hand viciously slammed against the spear. The spear, which had just regained its straight shape, immediately began to bend once again. The spear abruptly pressed forward under the cover of Do Qi, causing the falling heavy ruler to be forcefully repelled. Let go. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant ruler was repelled by the spear, Shui Miao immediately let out a roar. He suddenly gripped the spear with both hands and forcefully shook it. The tip of the spear immediately began to sway at high speed, continuously colliding with the giant ruler, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Subsequently, the tip of the spear strangely twisted, causing sparks to fly. A powerful force erupted, borrowing the force from the spear to send the heavy Xian ruler flying from Xiao Yan's hands. Admit defeat. After knocking away Xiao Yan's weapon, Shui Miao's expression suddenly became fierce. He withdrew his spear and suddenly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His right hand held the spear, and his left hand turned into a claw. He viciously tore at Xiao Yan's chest. However, in the face of Shui Miao's ferocious attacks, Xiao Yan did not cower in the slightest. He allowed Shui Miao's ferocious claws to pounce on him as he suddenly clenched his hands into fists. At this moment, all the strength in his body was mobilized. Slash. In merely an instant, the black-colored robe on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was easily torn apart. Soon after, a sharp hand claw landed on Xiao Yan's chest without any reduction in strength. Clang clang clang. After the robe was torn apart, Shui Miao's claws landed on Xiao Yan's chest. Then, a crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. When everyone present, including Shui Miao, looked over, the scene that appeared at this moment made everyone stunned. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body was covered by a layer of purple gold scales. Shui Miao's attack landed on Xiao Yan's chest, but it was completely blocked. What? Shui Miao's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stomped his feet heavily in the air, and his body immediately shot backward. Force elephant tactic. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan suddenly followed up. He raised his right fist, and a terrifyingly powerful force rapidly gathered in his palm. He threw a punch, and it fiercely blasted towards Shui Miao's chest, who was close at hand. Shui Miao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of this punch from Xiao Yan. He did not have that strange protective scale armor. Should he be struck by this punch, it was likely that he would instantly lose his fighting strength. At the critical moment, Shui Miao instantly used the long spear in his right hand to block in front of him. The surging dou qi in his body also swarmed out and poured into the long spear without reservation, using this to block Xiao Yan's punch. Clang! When the fist landed, the entire place immediately emitted a buzzing sound. Everyone's eardrums involuntarily trembled intensely. Xiao Yan's fist violently smashed onto the long spear. A frightening strength instantly erupted. At this moment, this fleshy fist was even stronger than the long spear in front of him, which was made from a special material. At the moment when the two collided, the long spear's hard body, which was supported by dou qi, was still unstoppably bent rapidly until it was pressed against Shui Miao's chest. The latter could not help but let out a muffled groan. Bang! It was also at this moment that Shui Miao's clothes suddenly burst open. He lost control of his entire body in an instant, and rapidly fell to the ground below. Before he landed on the ground, the terrifying force had already blasted a huge crater in the already dilapidated square below. Shui Miao's body was ruthlessly smashed into the crater and buried deep inside. Outside the arena, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they watched the scene that had appeared in the arena. They really did not dare to believe their eyes. The number one person in Beihai College, Shui Miao, had already been defeated. Moreover, he had actually been defeated in the hands of a 7-star dou di. It was likely that no one would believe it even if they told this to anyone. The arena was completely silent. Those instructors also frowned one after another. Their hearts were filled with shock as they watched the huge pit that was filled with dust in the middle of the arena. This Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared, had already brought them too much shock within this short period of time. Within the pavilion, those elders from the academy were also similarly watching Xiao Yan in the sky above the arena with surprise. Only Hai Machin and the black-robed old man, who were currently high up, were staring at Xiao Yan below with great interest. The former was still all right. As for the latter, when he saw the purple gold scale armor that had surfaced on Xiao Yan's body, even with the latter's mental fortitude, his expression involuntarily changed. Who is this brat? Why does he have something from the ancient void dragon tribe? Dragon scale armor, no, it also doesn't seem to be. I have seen a dragon scale armor before. Although it is extraordinary, it is far from being comparable to the one on his body. This brat seems to be carrying quite a number of secrets on him. The black-robed old man, who was originally indifferent to many things, was currently feeling a little curious about Xiao Yan because of the things on his body. It was also at this moment that a low and deep voice was faintly emitted from within the enormous pit on the square below. I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you previously. I did not expect your physical strength to be so strong. Next, I should also take out some real things. Following the appearance of the voice, a dense fog suddenly permeated the air within this battleground that had been formed by the instructor's ability. At the same time, Shui Miao, whose upper body was naked, once again flew up. Each time his feet gently stepped on empty air, a small puddle of water would form under his feet. When his body once again arrived in front of Xiao Yan, 9 water curtains were agglomerated around him. This is the great way of water. Looking at the 9 water curtains that had formed around Shui Miao, Xiao Yan could not help but softly mutter and smile with interest. Chapter 1022. The Strength of the Great Way. That's right, Senior Shui Miao still has the strength of the Great Way. Back then, when Senior was still a 5-star Do Di, there were rumors that he had comprehended the strength of the Great Way. Now that I have seen it, it is actually the Great Way of Water, which is the same attribute as him. Previously, Senior had been giving way to this kid. Now that he has unleashed the strength of the Great Way, this Xiao Yan is definitely going to lose. On the square, when the group of students saw the 9 water curtains condensed around Shui Miao, their faces immediately revealed a fanatical expression. Even though the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was quite extraordinary, this was only a part of it. In front of the strength of the Great Way, all of Xiao Yan's advantages would be greatly reduced. The strength of the Great Way was the most mysterious strength in this world. There were very few people in the world who could comprehend it. However, those who could comprehend the strength of the Great Way were definitely not comparable to ordinary experts of the same level. Even though Xiao Yan's combat strength was extraordinary, in front of the strength of the Great Way, it was difficult for him to unleash his usual extraordinary combat strength. Hiss. 9 Daos? I remember that a few years ago, this kid had only comprehended 6 Daos. Now, he has actually successfully condensed 9 Daos. It seems that not only has his behavior improved in these few years, but even his great path energy has not fallen behind. He is indeed worthy of being the person that even the headmaster thinks highly of. Once this kid grows up, he will definitely be a giant in the future. But I am curious. What is the strength of the Great Way of the one called Xiao Yan? Just as all the elders were amazed by Shui Miao, the elder who had first noticed Xiao Yan laughed again at this moment. He had a feeling that this Xiao Yan seemed to be a little unusual. Hearing this, the other elders beside him also glanced at Xiao Yan curiously, but then they shook their heads. Although they didn't know what kind of power of the Great Way Xiao Yan had mastered, his cultivation was still low after all, and he must not have comprehended the power of the Great Way for a long time. At this moment, Shui Miao had already cast the power of the Great Way, so Xiao Yan was about to be defeated. At the same time, the Shui Miao in front of Xiao Yan moved again. Just as the surrounding people were discussing, Shui Miao suddenly inserted his right hand into a water curtain beside him. Then, with a sudden pull, the entire water curtain was distorted. Pulling it in front of him, Shui Miao swiped his hands across it, and the water curtain immediately shrank and lengthened. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long spear completely condensed from the power of the Great Path. This is materialization of the Great Tao. Materialization of the Great Tao. Just as the long spear in Shui Miao's hand materialized, in the pavilion in the distance, a burst of exclamations suddenly sounded. A group of elders couldn't even believe their eyes. Materialization of the Great Tao required a special understanding of the power of the Great Way to be able to materialize it. Back then, when this group of old guys comprehended the materialization of the Great Tao, they suffered a lot and spent a lot of time. However, now, Shui Miao's actions shocked them. Ordinary people knew that the power of the Great Way was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, they did not know that even if one comprehended the power of the Great Way, one would still have to face great difficulties in controlling it like one's own arm. The solidification of the Great Way was the greatest obstacle after comprehending the power of the Great Way. This kid, his rate of growth is far more terrifying than we expected. In the pavilion, several elders took a deep breath and said slowly with shock on their faces. Hee hee, not bad. 3 water screens in 3 years. This kid is not bad. However, compared to Xiao Yan, there's still a gap. Above the clouds, the black-robed man smiled as he looked down at Shui Miao, who was displaying the power of the Great Way. He chuckled, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing this, Hai Machin shrugged helplessly. Xiao Yan, I can feel that you also have the aura of the power of the Great Way. Come, let's determine the winner with the power of the Great Way. A clear shout reverberated between heaven and earth. When the surrounding students heard Shui Miao's words, their expressions changed. They didn't expect that even Xiao Yan had also mastered the power of the Great Way. Since you're so kind as to invite me, I'll reluctantly accept. Xiao Yan smiled. A thought passed through his mind and the invisible space around him suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a bang sounded and it burst apart. Waves of mysterious, pitch-black energy surged out from the dark shadow. Moreover, it also intertwined and condensed around Xiao Yan, turning into one curtain after another. The expressions on the faces of Shui Miao and those elders from the academy involuntarily changed the moment they saw the strange energy. Numerous gazes of disbelief stared intently at the dark black curtain that was agglomerated around Xiao Yan. The shock in their hearts was extremely great. Hiss, this is actually the void, the Great Way of the void. This Xiao Yan. He has actually comprehended the Great Way of the void. This is really shocking. When the elders recognized the Great Way that Xiao Yan had grasped, endless shock surged into their hearts. They had never dared to imagine that Xiao Yan could actually comprehend the Great Way of the void. If the Great Way that Shui Miao had revealed was enough to make them feel amazed, then the Great Way of the void that they saw right now was enough to shock them. The Great Way of the void was at the top of all the Great Ways. Its uniqueness could be described as heaven-defying. In the history of the entire continent, anyone who could grasp the Great Way of the void was an extremely powerful existence. They even stood at the very top of the pyramid of the entire continent. Just this point alone was enough to imagine how terrifying the Great Way of the void was. However, the shock that Xiao Yan gave them was far from over. Everyone present watched one tent after another agglomerating around Xiao Yan's body with their own eyes. The expressions on their faces also became increasingly exaggerated. Even those elders from the academy also had stunned expressions. 7, 8, 9, 10. There were a total of 10 curtains. Just based on the number of Great Ways that had condensed, Xiao Yan had already surpassed Shui Miao. At this moment, the word disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. Shui Miao, who stood opposite Xiao Yan, had an extremely grave expression on his handsome face. The more he interacted with the person before him, the more he could feel how terrifying the person before him was. In the entire continent, there were not many people among the younger generation who could make him treat them like this. However, Xiao Yan, whose origins were unknown, was now bound to join the ranks. In fact, in comparison, Xiao Yan and those fellows made him feel even more threatened. Xiao Yan, surnamed Xiao, could it be? But that can't be right. I know those fellows and his family very well. There hasn't been such a person in recent years. Who exactly is he? Shui Miao's gaze focused on Xiao Yan in front of him. A suspicious emotion suddenly surged from deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan had caused him to suddenly recall a certain clan on the continent. However, after thinking about it in his heart, he decided to dispel this thought. With his confidence, that family could not nurture such an outstanding person. Moreover, Xiao Yan had said that he was the disciple of Hai Machin's old friend. He did not think that Hai Machin would have any connection with that family. Moreover, If Xiao Yan really came from that family, then it was impossible for him not to recognize him. However, from Xiao Yan's series of actions, the latter did not seem to recognize him. What he knew was limited to the name Shui Miao. Huff, Shui Miao withdrew his thoughts. His breathing trembled as he exhaled a long breath. He did his best to calm his heart. It was a long while later before he raised the long spear in his hand, faced Xiao Yan, and spoke in a dense tone. Again. Chapter 10:23. Echoes drifted across the square. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand, and the heavy Xian ruler that was stuck into the ground in the distance flew over and landed in his hand. This time, Xiao Yan kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, his body shook slightly as he immediately activated the golden elephant art. Force gathered on the surface of his body as if it had substance, transforming into a shield that protected Xiao Yan within. The perfect combination of the golden elephant art and the dragon phoenix ancient armor would raise Xiao Yan's defense to a whole new level. Moreover, this was only a display of Xiao Yan's physical defense. Shui Miao's expression changed once again when he saw the golden barrier that had formed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. His gaze carefully swept over the barrier. After some probing, he was shocked to discover that the barrier was not Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Instead, it was agglomerated from pure energy. This, the materialization of power, how is this possible? There is still someone in the world who can materialize physical power. The scene in front of him was really too shocking. It was very difficult to imagine that Xiao Yan in front of him not only had a great cultivation, but he had also advanced his great Tao strength and physical strength to such an extent. This could really be called shocking. Even in his own clan, no one had been able to reach such a level since ancient times. Unfortunately, if Shui Miao knew that Xiao Yan was a rank 4 alchemist, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have on his face. He had always been a proud son of heaven in everyone's eyes. No matter where he went, he would always be worshipped and respected. However, it wasn't until he saw Xiao Yan that he understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Compared to the latter, he was indeed much worse. However, this couldn't make him admit defeat. Before the outcome was clear, one couldn't jump to conclusions. Before the outcome was clear, how could one easily judge who would win or lose? Although Xiao Yan was strong, there was still a gap between their cultivation levels. If they went all out, it wasn't certain who would win. Ha! Retracting his gaze, Shui Miao didn't hesitate for a moment. As the golden light gathered around Xiao Yan's body, he abruptly dashed forward and swung the spear in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear viciously slashed towards Xiao Yan's throat. Wherever the body of the spear passed, the invisible void was immediately covered with a layer of water. The entire spear was like a blue wind banner waving in the air, but its incomparably fast speed and fierce aura still caused people to not dare to underestimate it. The spear arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The sharp tip of the spear streaked across the void and directly aimed at Xiao Yan's throat. Facing this spear that was condensed from the power of the Great Way, Xiao Yan didn't dare to be careless. To be honest, this was his first time fighting against the power of the Great Way. After seeing the power of the 10 steel needles in his hand, Xiao Yan had a deeper understanding of the power of the Great Way. At this moment, how could he dare to underestimate the power of the Great Way? Just as the long spear was swiftly approaching his throat, Xiao Yan swiftly raised his arms and placed them vertically in front of him. His left and right arms crossed each other and destroyed the long spear that had already appeared in front of his throat. The powerful force was like a hot knife through butter. The spear only lasted for a moment before it suddenly exploded into water droplets and scattered in all directions. However, before Xiao Yan could come back to his senses, the spear that had just exploded a moment ago was quickly reformed by the water droplets that spread up from behind. In the blink of an eye, it had once again returned to its original state. Its imposing manner wasn't inferior to before. The sharp tip of the spear ruthlessly streaked across Xiao Yan's throat, but it brought about a crisp sound that sounded like the collision of gold and iron. The sharp tip of the spear pressed against Xiao Yan's throat, and even his breathing felt a little sluggish. Although the golden elephant tactic and dragon phoenix ancient armor isolated him, Xiao Yan still felt a strong sense of threat. The expression in his eyes changed immediately, and he quickly destroyed the spear in front of him again. At the same time, his figure hurriedly retreated. It was only when he was 100 feet away that Xiao Yan saw clearly that the spear that he had destroyed a moment ago had actually returned to its original state in the blink of an eye under the rapid replenishment of the water droplets. What a strange great Tao of water! Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. Only then did he bitterly rub his neck. It was all thanks to the protection of the dragon phoenix ancient armor and the golden elephant's skill. Otherwise, it was likely that he would have turned into a corpse if he had been caught off guard. The power of the great Tao far surpasses battle chi and genesis chi in terms of energy replenishment and operation. Therefore, weapons formed by the great Tao recover at an extremely fast speed. It's impossible to destroy my whale plunderer spear with brute force alone. Shui Miao generously explained when he saw the look of surprise on Xiao Yan's face. If it was someone who had some understanding of the power of the great Tao, they would never be stupid enough to destroy a weapon with brute force. From this point alone, he could tell that Xiao Yan didn't have a deep understanding of the power of the great Tao. Oh, thank you for your guidance. Xiao Yan smiled. It was a good idea to make friends in battle. However, Shui Miao didn't seem to think so. I'm telling you because I don't want to take advantage of you, but that's not a reason for me to give in to you. With a cold snort, Shui Miao's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The spear in his hands suddenly swung out, aiming straight for Xiao Yan's head. With Xiao Yan's entire body protected by a protective shield, only by attacking his vital points would he have a greater chance of winning. However, as the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. After what happened just now, Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't let the spear in the guy's hand touch him so easily again. When the spear swept over again, Xiao Yan's footwork changed, and he instantly performed the heaven extinction step. His body swayed from side to side, flashing and jumping like a shadow. No matter how fast Shui Miao's whale plunderer spear was, it still couldn't touch Xiao Yan's body. When the spear penetrated Xiao Yan's body, Shui Miao came back to his senses repeatedly. Every time he stabbed, it was just an afterimage left by Xiao Yan's body. Even if there were occasional collisions, they were all resolved by Xiao Yan's mysterious fire. This led to a stalemate between the two sides after dozens of collisions. In the face of Xiao Yan's strange speed, even with the power of the great Tao of water, Shui Miao still couldn't do anything. Every time he saw that his attack was about to land on Xiao Yan, the latter's body suddenly slipped away like a loach. No matter how fierce his attack was, it was useless in the end. Damn it, do you only know how to dodge? In addition to feeling helpless, Shui Miao's heart was also filled with anger. The person in front of him was obviously holding back, but he still didn't show it. This made him a little annoyed. Ha! Let's see how you dodge this time. Whale plunderer spear, angry sea whale serpent. With a low shout, Shui Miao's body, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly stopped in the void. His body came to a standstill, and the long spear in his hands suddenly swung. Suddenly, the water rippled, and the battle circle where the two were was immediately filled with surging waves. In the deep water, a huge sea beast could be vaguely seen, surrounding Xiao Yan in heavy waves. Great Tao of water, water moon mirror flower. Soon after, another cry sounded. The 8 water curtains that were suspended behind Shui Miao immediately shot out. They transformed into numerous rays of light that entered the wave. Moreover, they swiftly expanded, transforming into 8 enormous water curtains that stood in front of the sea beast. That sea beast also passed through them head-on. After which, it split into 2, until it split into 9 enormous sea beasts that roamed within the narrow space and surrounded Xiao Yan. Let's see how you dodge my attack. Furious sea whale dragon, kill. With a fierce shout, the 9 giant sea beasts under the waves suddenly twisted their huge bodies, driving the entire water area, and rushed fiercely towards Xiao Yan without any blind spots. It was impossible to dodge such an attack. At this moment, all the students outside the arena widened their eyes as they stared fixedly at the shocking scene in the arena. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. Such a vast battle scene was extremely rare to see on a normal day. Now that they had seen it, it could be said to be extremely shocking. Especially the 9 giant sea beasts in the deep water, even some of the teachers outside the field could not help but be slightly shocked when they saw them. Facing the giant sea beasts, even they felt a faint pressure. Shui Miao's attack could not be said to be weak. The shocking waves blocked all of Xiao Yan's escape routes, and the 9 giant sea beasts rushed towards Xiao Yan from all directions. The waves rolled and the giant sea beasts pounced wildly, but Xiao Yan's face was still calm. With a thought, 9 pitch-black curtains suddenly condensed around him, surrounding Xiao Yan entirely. Then, a huge amount of soul power gushed out from between his eyebrows. "Humph, do you want to use the power of the Great Path to forcefully resist it? It's not that easy." Shui Miao snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Immediately after, the 9 giant sea beasts bombarded the 9 pitch-black curtains in front of everyone's eyes. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. The 9-headed sea beast and the endless waves collided with the great way of the void. It was as if they had plunged headfirst into the endless void, constantly surging into it. Even a small portion of the 9-headed sea beast was swallowed up by the great way of the void. Damn it. Shui Miao had underestimated the power of the great path of the void. In the face of the endless void, Shui Miao's attack was like a turbulent river being led into a new river channel. Most of the power was diverted. In the end, the enormous power contained in the 9 giant sea beasts barely destroyed the 9 curtains. The 9 curtains slowly dissipated, and the black-robed Xiao Yan once again appeared in Shui Miao's sight. Swoosh! This time, Shui Miao did not hesitate at all. He held the spear and pierced through the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would be able to easily neutralize the fighting skill that he performed by combining the power of the Great Path. Now, he could not give his opponent any chance. He would not allow his opponent to defeat him without even using his trump card. The long spear violently pierced towards Xiao Yan's head. However, it was easily dodged by Xiao Yan. The two figures also brushed past each other due to this, whale reaping spear, swallow return. However, at this moment, when the two of them brushed past each other, Shui Miao suddenly flipped the spear so that the tip of the spear was at the back and the handle was at the front. At the same time, he let go of the spear in his hand, bent his body backward, and kicked the handle of the spear heavily. Suddenly, the spear that had brushed past Xiao Yan shot towards Xiao Yan's back again in the blink of an eye. It was approaching Xiao Yan's back at a rapid speed. In the next moment, there was a piercing sound. Under everyone's gaze, the tip of the spear pierced through Xiao Yan's back and chest. Hua! Instantly, the crowd outside the arena was in an uproar. Numerous shocked gazes fell on Xiao Yan, whose chest had been pierced through. They never expected that even though Xiao Yan had the great path of the void, he would still be defeated by Shui Miao in the end. From the beginning to the end, they did not see Xiao Yan use any powerful fighting skills. It was not just these people. Even Shui Miao, who had recovered at this moment, was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Shui Miao's eyes focused on Xiao Yan, whose chest had been penetrated in one strike. He was actually a little dull for a moment. He did not dare to believe that the chest of Xiao Yan, whose defensive strength was so strong, would be penetrated by his attack at this moment. This caused him to feel disbelief. However, at a certain moment, Shui Miao seemed to have suddenly noticed something. There seemed to be something wrong with Xiao Yan's aura. Xiao Yan, who should have been an advanced 7-star Do D, was currently emitting an aura that was only an intermediate 7-star Do D. Shui Miao's eyes hardened. He had a bad feeling in his heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan slowly turned his head. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Immediately, his entire body became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths' time, he had disappeared in front of Shui Miao's eyes. He disappeared. While feeling shocked in his heart, Shui Miao also clearly sensed a dangerous aura rapidly approaching from behind him. He could not care less. He withdrew his spear, turned around, and thrust it forward. However, at the instant Shui Miao turned his head, a dangerous aura that caused his soul to feel a wave of horror had already appeared in front of his brows like a ghost. In an instant, the spear in Shui Miao's hand that was supposed to thrust forward suddenly stopped. His entire body was fixed in place like a statue. Cold sweat swiftly surged out and covered his entire body. A deep suffocating feeling was transmitted from deep within his soul. Shui Miao only felt that his entire body had nearly fallen into an endless abyss. If he had been a second slower, it was likely that he would have been instantly killed by that strength. When Shui Miao focused his gaze, which was filled with shock, he saw a palm-long pitch-black steel needle floating between his eyebrows. It was this steel needle that had nearly sent him to the gates of hell. However, when Shui Miao felt the special aura on this steel needle, endless shock immediately surged in his heart. This great Tao. Solidification. Endless shock instantly filled Shui Miao's heart. He had originally thought that he had clearly recognized the gap between him and Xiao Yan. However, the scene in front of him had overturned all of his judgments of Xiao Yan. The latter's excellence and strength had far exceeded his imagination. Thinking until this point, Shui Miao finally let out a deep self-mocking sigh. He lowered his head and said with a bitter face, "I have lost." Chapter 10:24. I've lost. The 3 words left his mouth slowly, but all the students present were instantly stunned. No one could have imagined that the outcome would be so unexpected. What was even more unexpected was that the number 1 student of Beihai College, Shui Miao, would actually lose. Recalling the whole process of the battle, it seemed simple and monotonous. It was almost all about Shui Miao's attacks. His attacks were fierce and overbearing, dazzling everyone who saw it. In the face of such an attack, an ordinary person could forget about defeating it. Just enduring 100 exchanges would be an extremely difficult thing. However, Xiao Yan was able to calmly face it during the entire process. His agility, which could be called ghost-like, caused everyone present to feel greatly surprised. The thing that shocked them the most was the scene earlier. In the face of Shui Miao's furious sea whale dragon, everyone present believed that it was impossible for them to escape. However, Xiao Yan easily resolved the crisis with the help of the power of the Void Great Way. That avatar of Xiao Yan's had caused everyone present to believe that it was real. However, no one expected that the appearance of Xiao Yan's actual body would cause Shui Miao to admit defeat in the blink of an eye. One could imagine just what kind of gap existed between the two of them. Imagine, if Xiao Yan had gone all out from the beginning, would Shui Miao still have a chance to hold on until now? At this moment, the students in the field were worried about Shui Miao. They had completely forgotten the disdain and ridicule they had when they first saw Xiao Yan. In the void outside the crowd, several college elders looked at the unscathed Shui Miao in the field and heaved a sigh of relief. The latter was not only the most outstanding student of Beihai College in the past 100 years, but his identity was also particularly special. If Xiao Yan had pierced him with that needle, not only would it have brought trouble to the college, but even Xiao Yan's life would have been in danger. However, putting aside all of this, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed had once again caused these old fellows from the academy to be shocked. The agglomeration of the Great Tao. Originally, they had thought that being able to see Shui Miao achieve this was already considered a monster. However, Xiao Yan's appearance caused them to truly feel that this wild brat of unknown origin was actually even more heaven-defying. Is this boy really the disciple of the dean's old friend? That's really scary. When this little guy grows up in the future, I'm afraid he will become another giant in this world. The elders looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan in the field also withdrew the pitch-black steel needle that was suspended between Shui Miao's eyebrows. Shui Miao was still in a state of shock as he looked at the human figure that had appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. Only when he saw the steel needle being kept by Xiao Yan did he sense the frightening aura that was pressuring his heart gradually disappear. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed elder and Hai Machin both sighed softly. This little guy is really unexpected. Until now, it seems that he hasn't really used his trump card. TSK TSK TSK, the black-robed elder involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed. By the side, Hai Machen's face also revealed a pleased expression. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed had caused him to have some confidence in the latter. Little fellow, you are not bad. However, you must not disappoint Gu Yu's expectations of you. Are you a member of that clan? Although he still didn't dare to believe it, Shui Miao still couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe that in this continent, other than that clan, there was another clan with the surname Xiao that could nurture such a genius expert. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. He immediately smiled and shook his head. Clan? I'm sorry, I don't belong to any clan. Shui Miao was slightly startled when he saw that Xiao Yan's expression did not appear to be fake. He withdrew the thought in his heart and mocked himself. He had really placed too much importance on the strength of his clan. Even if one did not have the support of a strong foundation, one could still become a strong person if one possessed sufficient talent. There were many such examples in the history of the continent. Shui Miao, if my guess is correct, Hai Machen should be at the top of this stone statue. I think that there is only one place in this academy where one can observe our battle without being discovered. Xiao Yan smiled. His smile contained some craftiness. He was not so certain. However, Shui Miao's actions earlier in order to divert his attention had allowed him to confirm this point. The reason why he asked again was merely to confirm it. Your guess is correct. However, there is one thing that I need to correct, Shui Miao nodded. Only then did he use a voice that only the two of them could hear to whisper to Xiao Yan. My name is not Shui Miao. My name is Chen. I believe that we will meet again in the future. At that time, I will face you with an even stronger cultivation. I will definitely defeat you. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect this guy to use an alias. Although he did not know why, he still remembered his real name in his heart. Chen, also, although you have defeated me, it does not mean that you will definitely be able to see the principal. Shui Miao turned around as he spoke. His eyes looked at the stone platforms around the statue that was floating outside the battleground. A stern expression once again surged into his eyes. If you want to see the principal, you must ascend these stone platforms. When you reach the top, you will naturally be able to see him. However, if you cannot, I'm afraid that you will have to come back another day. Xiao Yan turned his eyes and looked over when he heard this. After a careful inspection, he finally understood that these stone platforms were the key to whether he would be able to see Hai Machen. Xiao Yan leaped and appeared in front of the stone statue in a flash. The energy light barrier that covered the entire battleground naturally disappeared when Shui Miao announced that he had admitted defeat. Shui Miao swiftly followed behind Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Yan to be slightly surprised. The latter parted his mouth and said, "Don't worry. The reason why I am able to be personally received by the principal is because I once stepped onto the 54th step of this stone platform with the cultivation of a 5-star Dodi a couple of years ago. Now that a couple of years have passed, my cultivation is no longer what it was back then. I also wish to see how many steps I can step onto now." Xiao Yan nodded with a sudden understanding after hearing the latter's words. No wonder this fellow was able to be personally received by Hai Machen. This was the reason behind it. However, this was also good. The competition between the two of them had piqued his interest. Xiao Yan turned his eyes and looked at the stone platforms that were connected to each other in the sky. His heart involuntarily recalled the matter before he had met Gu Yu. At that time, he had also encountered a similar situation. However, the difference was that the person he had to face was no longer Gu Yu. Hai Machen, I am coming. Do Per Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Do Per Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1025. Stomp. Xiao Yan's feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body suddenly shot upward. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped onto the first stone platform. When Xiao Yan stepped onto the stone platform, an invisible pressure suddenly descended from above his head. At the same time, the chain that was connected to the second stone platform was wrapped by a cream-white, gentle glow that swiftly spread upward. However, before the pressure above Xiao Yan's head descended, Xiao Yan's legs once again exerted force and his body shot out. Soon, he reached the second and third stone platforms and rushed to the highest point of the stone platforms without stopping. Behind him, Shui Miao panted for a moment before following close behind, unwilling to be outdone. These two people, one in front and one behind, were equally matched in terms of speed. Within a short moment, they had already ascended to the top 30 stone platforms. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was still 3 steps ahead of Shui Miao. In comparison, Xiao Yan was not worried. Just relying on speed alone was useless if one wanted to climb this 100-step stone platform. Even though Xiao Yan's physical body was strong, the pressure on the stone platform would become increasingly frightening the higher he climbed. It was impossible for him to endure until the end by relying on his physical body's strength. Back then, he had relied on a willpower that exceeded an ordinary person in order to finally ascend to the 54th step. Even now, Shui Miao was not completely confident that he could reach the 90th step, let alone the 100th step. Although Xiao Yan's battle strength was extraordinary and his strength could not be underestimated, in the previous battle, Shui Miao admitted that he could not have defeated him so easily if Xiao Yan had not relied on his ghostly speed and cunning. On this stone platform, one could not rely on scheming to reach the peak. Everything still depended on one's strength. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, gradually showed a difference in their speed after reaching the 50th stone platform. At the 50th step, Shui Miao could clearly feel some pressure. At different heights, the pressure he faced was different. He could no longer be as calm as before. On the other hand, after reaching the 50th step, Xiao Yan did not slow down at all. When Shui Miao reached the 50th step, the former was only approaching the 60th stone platform. Knowing the consequences of reaching the 67th step, Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Shui Miao felt extremely surprised in his heart when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that the gap between him and Xiao Yan had become so obvious at this moment. At the same time, Shui Miao's heart also felt an unwillingness. All he could do was to use all his strength. After inhaling a deep breath of air, his body once again shot out explosively. He chased after Xiao Yan without stopping. The gap between the two of them swiftly shrunk. By the time they reached the 70th level, the distance between Xiao Yan and Shui Miao was merely separated by a stone platform. 72, 73, 74. However, by the time Shui Miao saw Xiao Yan ascend the 77th stone platform, he already felt that his strength was lacking. His entire body was drenched in perspiration. The long hair that was tied behind his back was also in a mess. His breathing was long and rough. The dou qi within his body was somewhat unable to keep up, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the battle earlier. Damn it. I can't stop here. I definitely can't. After cursing in his heart, Shui Miao slowly straightened his body. He gathered all the strength in his body and his feet heavily stepped on the edge of the stone platform. He used all his strength to charge forward once again. Unfortunately, by the time Shui Miao reached the 80th step with all his strength and was about to reach the 81st step, his body finally lost all its strength. His center of gravity was no longer under his control. He completely lost all his strength in the air as he charged toward the 81st step. His body immediately fell down uncontrollably. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the students in the arena below to change drastically. The surrounding instructors also hurriedly moved and arrived below the statue, preparing to catch the falling Shui Miao. However, it was also at this moment that the falling Shui Miao was suddenly grabbed by a hand and forcefully lifted up. Soon after, his body swiftly charged up to the 83rd level under the guidance of this force. When he focused his gaze, he realized that Xiao Yan had brought him here. Why did you? I can't just watch you fall. Didn't you say that you want to defeat me? Then let's talk after we reach the 100th step. Before the words from Shui Miao's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan smiled and interrupted him with a sentence. Shui Miao raised his head in surprise, only to see that the latter's face was covered in perspiration. In his heart, he knew that the current Xiao Yan did not have much strength left. Don't tell me that you want to bring me up. You don't have much strength left. You can dream on. Even if I bring you up, I'm afraid that you won't be willing. With a teasing smile, Xiao Yan randomly tossed a jade bottle to Shui Miao. There were a few rank 4 medicinal pills within it. Use this to recover your dou qi first. As for me, I'll be going up first. After speaking, Xiao Yan ignored Shui Miao. A thought passed through his mind and a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows. At the same time, the remaining dou qi in his body was completely agglomerated without any hesitation. Subsequently, he once again shot high into the air with a bang in front of Shui Miao's shocked eyes. 4. Rank 4 spiritual strength. Don't tell me that he is, thinking of a certain possibility. The expression on Shui Miao's face once again became dull. He really did not dare to imagine that Xiao Yan actually had such an identity. If that was really the case, it was likely that he would be completely defeated in this battle. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body once again shot up explosively, heading straight for the top of the statue. With the support of his spiritual strength, the exhaustion from earlier was temporarily made up for. Additionally, his remaining dou qi and physical strength were completely unleashed. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a wild beast that had gone crazy. His actions were wild as he charged straight up into the clouds. Very quickly, Xiao Yan had already arrived at the 90th level of the stone platform. He was only 10 steps away from the top of the statue. A stern expression surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes as he eyed the cloud layer not far above his head. All the strength in his body was gathered on his legs. His body began to charge upward in an even crazier manner. He did not hold back at all. With the speed of 1 step at a time, Xiao Yan only took 1 step at a time on each stone platform.